1241. Array thoughts swallow the clouds. Li Ping stood quietly, sensing the unyielding will of the ocean beneath his feet. Faced with a crisis of life and death, every existence will struggle as much as possible. Li Ping also felt the intense desire for survival of this ocean. But its desire to survive was, for the Zhanhuang realm, a blatant, evil thought. Li Ping, who considered himself the incarnation of the Zhanhuang heavenly Tao, naturally couldn't stand on the side of the Kongyun Sea. Since you're here, submit obediently. There's no need to struggle meaninglessly anymore. In an instant, his divine sense enveloped the entire Kongyun Ocean. The scenes on the tens of thousands of scattered islands, and even the countless creatures living in the seawater, instantly appeared in Li Ping's mind. Li Ping was silent for a moment. This is a necessary sacrifice. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and strands of golden light surged from his body, then scattered throughout the Kongyun Sea. The power, close to the essence of origin power, was undetectable in the Kongyun Sea, where the strongest cultivators were only at the transformation god stage. The golden light spread throughout the Kongyun Sea in just a few breaths, deeply piercing into the depths of the ocean, reaching the seabed. Under the Kongyun Sea, imperceptible and violent tremors began to occur. If viewed from the sky, one could see that the entire ocean surface seemed to form a giant net, covering this azure, vibrant sea entirely. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky. The originally calm sea surface suddenly stirred up waves of terrifying surges, even more violent than during past wind disasters. Some islands capsized unexpectedly, while those spiritual islands with cultivators stationed on them were also in precarious situations amidst the storm. The Kongyun Sea cultivators looked at the changes in the world with suspicion and uncertainty. Some cultivators with keen spiritual senses faintly felt a sense of impending disaster. Their expressions changed immediately, and they didn't care about anything else, directly using the 10,000 Immortals Island's teleportation array to escape from here. Their actions of fleeing also attracted the attention of a considerable number of people. A small number of cultivators chose to leave with them. However, the vast majority of people sneered at these, easily startled, cowardly, fugitives. They stayed on 10,000 Immortals Island with peace of mind, watching the changing scenery of the Kongyun Sea. Li Ping ignored those fleeing cultivators and didn't care about these onlookers. His target, from beginning to end, was only the remaining will of the Kongyun Sea. The golden giant net, invisible to ordinary cultivators, had already sealed off the Kongyun Sea. The energy of the origin power's essence accumulated and evolved within it. A great formation was about to reveal its power. The Kongyun Sea's consciousness clearly felt the increasingly tight restraints of the golden giant net, and the wind and waves it stirred up became increasingly violent. However, in Li Ping's eyes, it was just a futile rage. How to obliterate a world's consciousness? Li Ping pondered this question while constructing the formation. I use the masses to refine the gods. He quickly thought of this world-shattering and ferocious formation. A formation that can even block a true immortal to some extent should not be a big problem to deal with the remaining world's consciousness. Countless meaningless, miscellaneous thoughts to impact it. As Li Ping set up the formation, many strange scenes began to appear in the sky above the Kongyun Sea for no reason. They were distorted, despairing faces. They howled and waved their arms, as if begging for help, or perhaps just subconsciously wailing. More and more bizarre faces floated on the firmament, dense and numerous, almost filling every part of the field of vision. In the ears of the creatures within the Kongyun Sea, they slowly could no longer hear any other sounds besides the wails of human faces. Those with wavering wills were affected by these demonic faces and soon became equally despairing and insane. And those who could barely persevere soon fell into boundless, terrifying nightmares. They vaguely seemed to see a black sun rising in the sky, a terrifying scene of the entire world on the verge of destruction. Just like the despairing demonic faces in the sky, they jointly experienced this unimaginable calamity. The teleportation array of 10,000 Immortals Island was still open. However, all the cultivators who saw the myriad faces in the sky lost the ability to control their own thoughts. Regardless of their cultivation level, from small chi refining cultivators to transformation god island lords, all were like this. It should be known that the formation Li Ping set up was not targeted at these cultivators. Just being affected had already reached such a state. One can imagine what a cruel scene the Kongyun Sea's consciousness was facing now. With the remaining world's consciousness of a single province, it was simply impossible to contend with it. Amidst the constant wails of billions of demonic faces, Li Ping felt that the Kong Yun Si's will was dissipating. The Dao Tian Ju Lang are slowly subsiding. It seemed that everything would pass and the storm would be over. But Li Fan knew that the Kong Yun Si would be different from before from now on. The process of obliterating the Kong Yun Si's consciousness lasted a full day. During this period, all cultivators who entered the Kong Yun Si's range were affected and fell into terrifying illusions. However, there was no large-scale death of living beings, so the 10,000 Immortals Alliance had not yet had time to react. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the Kong Yun Si was as blue as if washed. Quiet, somewhat terrifyingly so. Li Ping sensed the scattered will of the Kong Yun Si in the world. The golden giant net slowly retracted, taking back the already fragmented remnants of the world into his body. As Li Ping absorbed the consciousness of Kong Yun, countless scenes began to flash in his mind. Even though he was already accustomed to constantly monitoring every event within the Holy Dynasty Daki. But the total amount of information between the two was simply not at the same level. In the vast ocean, there were not only human existences. Beneath the calm sea surface, there were also hundreds of millions of creatures breeding and breathing. If from Li Ping's subjective perspective, he would definitely not pay much attention to these creatures that did not even have intelligence. But at this moment, he was passively absorbing them. In the concept of the world's consciousness, these fish and human cultivators were not essentially different. Li Ping endured the severe pain in his sea of consciousness, accepting all this information. As if he had swallowed a great tonic, the strength of his divine soul expanded like a balloon. Li Ping's divine soul was already strong enough among cultivators. But in this rapid growth, cracks inevitably appeared. Ordinary cultivators who encountered this situation could only despair and wait for their souls to scatter. But Li Ping was different. Possessing the heavenly Emperor Qi scripture, he not only had hundreds of millions of citizens of the Holy Dynasty Daki as anchors. He also had origin power essence that transcended the mortal realm within his body. Golden energy surged, repairing the wounds of the divine soul. At the same time, it acted as a supplement for the expansion of the divine soul. After the initial dangerous stage passed, Li Ping slowly adapted. 1242. Ask for leave. Feeling slightly unwell, taking a day off. Sorry for the inconvenience. 1243. The breeze is nowhere to be found. When the pain ceased, what followed was the rapid expansion of the soul. The will of the world, even just the remnants of a single province, was definitely a great supplement for cultivators. In the past, when Holy Emperor Li Ping inspected and supervised various affairs within the Great Qi territory, he still received and handled myriad trivial matters from the perspective of a person. But from now on, having absorbed the consciousness of the Kong Yun Si, Li Ping might be able to grasp every detail of the Holy Dynasty from the overlooking perspective of the world itself. After the Kong Yun Si's consciousness dissipated, there was no wind for 7 days. Li Ping stood between the sea and sky, waiting for the complete fusion. Even without deliberately doing anything, Li Ping, having devoured the Kong Yun Si's consciousness, could easily sense everything that happened within the Kong Yun Si. He saw that most of the cultivators who had been affected by the demon face had not recovered from their madness after he withdrew his supernatural power. After this calamity, barely 1 in 100 cultivators remained normal. He saw that the chilium of heaven and earth, which was brewing in the sky, no longer needed to descend and incinerate the sea because of the Kong Yun Si's consciousness dissipation. The condensed power of law quietly dissipated. He saw that the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, originally loosening its restraints and about to reappear from its seal in the center of the Kong Yun Si, fell into silence again after a flash of mysterious blue light. He also saw that the Kong Yun Si's anomalies attracted the attention of certain beings in the Xuanwang world. Several immense divine senses instantly descended and swept across the ocean. But at this moment, Li Ping had replaced the Kong Yun Si's consciousness, perfectly integrating into the world. With the combined concealment of his own formation and the Xuanwang Heaven's path, Li Ping was not discovered. Although he had temporarily concealed it, the faint sense of crisis in Li Ping's heart did not disappear. It seems this is not a place to stay for long, Li Ping thought to himself after completely absorbing and digesting the Kong Yun Si's consciousness. However, before returning to the Great Qi of the Holy Dynasty, he still had one thing to do. With a flash of his figure, Li Ping instantly arrived at the seabed near the Kong Yun Si, near Flowing Cloud Island. In the abyssal gaps of the seabed here, there existed a peculiar vortex. At the center of the vortex, a light blue pearl emitted a faint glow. Azure Sea Pearl. As a part of the Kangyun Sea consciousness's hedging strategy, the Azure Sea Pearl was the last path of survival prepared for itself by the Kangyun Sea. With a wave of Li Ping's hand, the light blue pearl flew out of the seabed vortex and came to his palm. Since it has already become a part of the Xuanwang Heaven's path, then let's completely sever ties with the past. Golden energy enveloped the Azure Sea Pearl, and then poured in violently. After the light dissipated, the pearl in Li Ping's hand had turned from light blue to a vast blue. But it no longer had the agility it had before. Li Ping had completely erased the last remaining trace of the Kangyun Sea's faint will within the Azure Sea Pearl. From now on, the Azure Sea Pearl is just a simple Azure Sea Pearl, and has nothing to do with the Kangyun Sea. Li Ping did not put the pearl away, but flicked his finger and shot it randomly towards a corner of the Kangyun Sea, waiting for a destined person. Having done all this, Li Ping finally left this ocean. The cultivators of a province had all turned into idiots. When the Myriad Immortals Alliance finally noticed the changes in the Kangyun Sea, they were extremely furious. While sending people to investigate how to deal with these dangerous, insane cultivators also became a difficult problem. In the end, it took the joint effort of 5 Dao integration experts to barely clean up the mess in the Kangyun Sea. Among these 5 people, it happened to be Sun Luan, the head of the Sun family. Previously, he had exhausted various methods to finally contact Fairy Kangyu. Sun Luan had previously thoroughly investigated Kangyu's background, knowing that she was simple in nature and showed her emotions readily. And she happened to be very curious about novel things, so Sun Luan fabricated a half-true, half-false lie. I heard before that the fairy once turned an ungrateful male cultivator into a dog and tormented him day and night. That scene is truly unbearable to witness. Coincidentally, I also encountered a similar scene when I traveled to a certain small world before. It was also a method of turning criminals into alien beasts as a means of punishment. Sun Luan picked and narrated some of his experiences within the Great Qi of the Holy Dynasty. This small world's emperor's ideas actually coincide with mine. Interesting. And listening to your description, this small world's development level is not ordinary. After mentioning it inadvertently several times, Kangyu was indeed attracted. She agreed that if there was a chance in the future, she would go and play with some other familiar people in the alliance. Seeing that things were done, Sun Luan was overjoyed. He even thought that he might as well take advantage of Fairy Kangyu's name this time to trick more geniuses from the Myriad Immortals Alliance to go there. Who would have thought that before the plan could be implemented, a tragedy suddenly occurred in the Myriad Immortals Alliance? The coaxing plan also had to be temporarily suspended. Originally, this mess in the Kangyun Sea had nothing to do with him. However, Chief Shu Yuanxian of the Protectorate Hall secretly gave him a task. Only then did Sun Luan have to work hard to make a trip from afar. Qingfeng Hall. It's here. After subduing and gathering all the insane cultivators who attacked anyone they saw, Sun Luan came to this building on Myriad Immortals Island. He did not sense the aura of any living beings inside. And when Sun Luan actually walked in and saw the internal situation clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. An old man lying on a wooden chair, with tree roots growing out of various parts of his body, was tightly entangled and fixed to the ground. Although the old man was not completely dead, and there was still a trace of breath remaining, in Sun Luan's view, he was no different from a dead person. It was as if his soul had been completely absorbed by these strange roots, leaving only an empty shell. This is the Qingfeng Hall keeper that Elder Shu spoke of. He at least had nascent soul cultivation, but he died so unclearly. Sun Luan shook his head slightly. He took his gaze away from the old man and scanned the inside of Qingfeng Hall. After a moment, he discovered a hidden entrance. Raising his vigilance, Sun Luan strode into the barely visible green gap. A slightly spacious space. Dong, 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 the sound of the earth trembling constantly came. Sun Luan looked towards the source of the movement and saw that it was actually a large tree that had grown 2 human feet. It was running on the ground. At the central trunk of the tree, there was actually an extremely old-looking face. At this moment, this tree face was filled with endless horror. This tree was running frantically and rapidly, even to the point that its 2 feet were not enough to support its body, causing it to constantly fall and get up. But it never stopped its running behavior. It muttered to itself, "Again, the calamity is coming. This terrifying scene has never been seen even in my father's most vicious curses. But it never happened. It's not fake, it's not fake. Comma. The tree ant's words were incoherent, contradictory, and completely impossible to understand what he meant. However, it was still deeply immersed in its own delusion, and even Sun Luyuan's attempts to communicate with it were in vain. Alu is crazy. Just then, a clear female voice suddenly rang in Sun Luyuan's ear. Huh, Sun Luyuan was startled. Because he had previously searched in detail, and there seemed to be no one else here besides the tree ant. But immediately, Sun Luyuan thought of the task entrusted to him by Elder Shu this time. He immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Could you be Taoist Qingfeng?" The female voice did not respond. "I am entrusted by Elder Shu to bring you back. According to him, this spiritual tree has gone mad, and the passage within it cannot be used, so Taoist Qingfeng is trapped here." As Sun Luyuan spoke, he carefully observed his surroundings. He wanted to confirm the location of this Qingfeng. But even with his observation skill at the Tao harmonization realm, he still gained nothing. Alu is crazy. The female voice still did not respond directly, but only repeated this several times. Sun Luyuan couldn't help but frown slightly, wondering if this female cultivator had also been affected by the demon face and gone mad. Alu had the best relationship with me. Now that it's crazy, who will play with me in the future? The faint voice echoed in this small space. Overlapping with the tree ant Alu's constant wails, it was chilling. For some reason, Sun Luyuan felt the same sense of horror that he had felt when wandering around the Holy Dynasty Daki before. Taoist Qingfeng, Sun Luyuan coughed lightly, forcing himself to remain calm. Although he didn't know the relationship between this female cultivator named Qingfeng and Elder Shu. However, the fact that Shu Yuanxian, who had always been rigid and unsentimental, would make an exception to find him privately was enough to show that they must have a close relationship. Fortunately, things did not develop as Sun Luyuan had expected. Qingfeng seemed to sob softly for a while, and then finally emerged from her grief. "So, little Shu sent you. So, he hasn't forgotten me." Qingfeng's simple sentence made Sun Luyuan's hair stand on end. Little Shu, Shu Yuanxian. Sun Luyuan almost suspected that he had misheard. Elder Shu has been the chief of the Protector Hall for more than 3,000 years, and is an out-and-out old monster. This girl, whose voice sounded very young, actually called him Little Shu. If she wasn't crazy, then how old would she be? What exactly is the identity of this Qingfeng? Countless thoughts flashed through Sun Luyuan's mind in an instant, but he didn't dare to think about them in detail, and his expression became restrained. He no longer dared to call her Taoist Qingfeng, but instead carefully changed his words and asked, "Senior, why don't you show yourself? Is there anything this junior has done wrong?" After a moment of silence in the space, Qingfeng's somewhat strange voice sounded behind Sun Luyuan. "Haven't I always been here? Oh, right, I forgot, ordinary people can't see me." Qingfeng's words made Sun Luyuan break out in a cold sweat. Elder Shu said that he will send someone to deal with this mad spiritual tree later. "Please, senior, go back with me for the time being," Sun Luyuan said quickly. "Ah, that's great. I knew that Alu could still be saved," Qingfeng said cheerfully in an instant, like a simple little girl. "It's all because the scene of the doomsday wailing was too scary, it temporarily frightened it silly. If you hadn't come, it would have been a long time before anyone would have talked to me." Qingfeng's voice was getting closer and closer to Sun Luyuan. Eventually, it seemed to stop on his back. "Okay, then I'll listen to Little Shu and leave here for the time being. The aura here has changed, and it's become not very comfortable." Feeling the weight that seemed to really exist on his back, Sun Luyuan's heart was pounding, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Can this junior just leave directly?" he asked tentatively. "Yes, I'm already lying on your back." Qingfeng's words confirmed Sun Luyuan's guess. Sun Luyuan didn't dare to stay and left this strange space straight away. The voice of the mad spiritual tree was still ringing non-stop here. "Shall we go back to the Immortal Alliance headquarters?" Sun Luyuan, who had turned into a beam of light and was flying rapidly in the Sea of Kongyan, asked again. "Don't go there. That place is uncomfortable. Let's go to Luoyan Prefecture." Qingfeng's mood seemed to have improved, and she said in a somewhat cheerful tone. "Luoyan Prefecture." Sun Luyuan nodded. Elder Shu's task was only to have him pick up Qingfeng and settle her in the Qingfeng Hall in another state. Sun Luyuan didn't hesitate and headed towards Luoyan Prefecture. Along the way, he was also thinking about the true identity of the person on his back. With the immortal artifact Boundless Mirror in his family, Sun Luyuan considered himself knowledgeable enough. However, he had never heard of anything similar to Qingfeng's strange existence before. He couldn't even pinpoint Qingfeng's strength. Elder Shu had him run all the way here just because he was worried that she would be trapped. From this point of view, Qingfeng's strength would definitely not be very high. But Qingfeng's strange wording and various bizarre performances couldn't help but make Sun Luyuan's heart tremble. Obviously, this formless and shapeless existence called Qingfeng was definitely not simple. Sun Luyuan secretly complained and sped up again. He just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible and get rid of her. Qingfeng was silent all the way, and he was getting closer and closer to Luoyang Prefecture. Just when he saw relief in sight, Qingfeng's sudden words made Sun Luyuan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "You're a little impatient. Sure enough, there aren't many people in the world who are good to me." Sun Luyuan only felt a chill rise from his heart. Although Qingfeng didn't say anything else, his sense of unease was getting stronger and stronger. What's not quite right? Sun Luyuan knew that some change was happening to him. But he couldn't detect the specific details of the change. It wasn't until Sun Luyuan came to the border of Luoyang Prefecture and glanced down inadvertently that he suddenly realized. At this moment, he was very close to the ground. A scorching sun was shining overhead. But precisely, there was no shadow of him on the ground. Sun Luyuan knew very well that he had not cast a spell to conceal his figure. But his shadow had disappeared. He stretched out his arms somewhat blankly. He seemed to be becoming illusory. His existence was disappearing. He was about to become formless and shapeless like that Qingfeng. The change came too quickly, so that Sun Luyuan didn't even feel any fear in his heart. His brain was just blank. Just when Sun Luyuan felt that his connection with this world was getting weaker and weaker, a blazing golden light suddenly poured out from his body. 1244. Heavenly Tao gives great strength. The perspective shifts back to a moment before. The faceless Holy Emperor, having devoured the remnants of the world will from the Kong Yun Sea and returned to the Great Qi Small World, finally gained a more concrete understanding of the changes within himself. In the past, he needed to focus all his attention on the numerous trivial matters within the Holy Dynasty, leaving himself little free time to think. But now, without even using a third of his power, Li Ping could easily handle all the affairs, big and small, within the Holy Dynasty. Apart from the pure increase in the quantity of his divine soul, Li Ping felt that it had also become more sensitive. He looked down upon this world and discovered the nascent, ignorant consciousness of the small world that was being nurtured due to the world's upgrade. Before this, the Great Qi Small World merely operated spontaneously according to its instincts, without the obvious personification of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. However, because Li Ping had continuously transformed the Great Qi Small World, it had already met the basic conditions for the birth of self-awareness. The birth of a world will is a rather lengthy process. According to Li Ping's estimation, if it continued at the current normal speed, it would probably take at least 1,000 years. However, if Li Ping continued to promote the Great Qi's upgrade, this time would be shortened accordingly. The Great Qi Small World was able to have its current splendor entirely due to Li Ping's transformation. Furthermore, the Holy Dynasty's Great Qi's fortune was integrated with Li Ping, and its flourishing, unstoppable, and powerful fortune also had a subtle influence on the small world. All cultivators were born of heaven and earth. But in Li Ping's case, the current Great Qi Small World was more like his creation. The grace of recreating it was like that of heaven, earth, and parents. Sitting on the Holy Emperor's throne, all sorts of profound and mysterious insights constantly emerged in his mind. Not only did they originate from his own thoughts, but also from the assistance of this world. Li Ping felt that he had captured some extremely crucial information. However, at this moment, his thoughts were disrupted by a sudden warning in his heart. After some investigation, Li Ping discovered that among the web of origin power essences he had laid down, one prey was showing signs of breaking free. Strands of peculiar fluctuations emanated from his body, as if trying to escape the golden giant net's restraints. Sun Luyuan. Li Ping had some impression of this Wangxian Alliance Hedao cultivator who had recently expressed his intention to pledge allegiance to the Holy Dynasty. Could it be that the people from the Wangxian Alliance discovered it and took action? Li Ping couldn't help but think. But soon, he sensed what was happening to Sun Luyuan. Oh, Li Ping's heart instantly became somewhat heavy. Using the origin power essence within Sun Luyuan's body, Li Ping instantly arrived beside him. He reached out and placed his hand on Sun Luyuan's shoulder, pouring golden, surging power into his body. After a while, Sun Lu Yuan's originally slowly becoming transparent body finally solidified again. Thank you, Holy Emperor, for saving my life. Having realized what had just happened, Sun Lu Yuan said in lingering fear, his face full of gratitude. Li Ping slowly retracted his hand, but his senses remained on Sun Lu Yuan's back. He couldn't directly observe the existence called open black lens bracket Qing Feng close black lens bracket. He couldn't even influence it through Qing Feng's understanding of the outside world. You're quite interesting. If Qing Feng's voice hadn't sounded just then, Li Ping would have almost thought she was Sun Lu Yuan's hallucination. It was hard to believe that there was actually something in the Xuanwang realm that he, Li Ping, couldn't observe. What are you? Without any intention of insulting, Li Ping instead asked with some solemnity. Unexpectedly, Qing Feng wasn't annoyed either. I want to know too. It's a pity, I forgot. She said with some regret. My memory isn't very good. Besides Little Shu, a Lu, and a few others, I don't have a deep impression of anyone else. What's your name? Qing Feng asked. Li Ping. Li Ping said concisely. He sensed an aura similar to that of Yin Shangren from Qing Feng, but it was also subtly different. Perhaps I can help you remember. His intuition told him that the secret on this Qing Feng might be helpful when the war with the Wangxian alliance started in the future, so he took the initiative to say. Hee, I feel like you have bad intentions. Unexpectedly, Qing Feng revealed his secret with one word. As expected, there aren't many people in the world who are good to me. Qing Feng's tone became resentful and low again. The moment Li Ping heard this, the golden origin power in his body spontaneously emerged. This was a sign of the active protection being triggered. Since Qing Feng chose to attack, Li Ping naturally wouldn't be polite. Behind him, the magnificent Holy Dynasty phantom suddenly appeared. Boundless golden light flew out from the Holy Dynasty image. Forming a giant hand, it directly grabbed the location where Qing Feng was. Li Ping thought that since he couldn't observe the other party, he might as well simply seal off and take away the space where Qing Feng was, and take it back to study slowly. But this extremely strange Qing Feng couldn't be subdued by this simple method alone. The golden giant hand returned to the Holy Dynasty phantom, leaving behind only a black hole, which was proof that a small piece of space had completely disappeared. However, Qing Feng's voice still came from that hole. Do you want to take me back? Do you want to be with me forever? If that's the case, why resist? Nonsense. A cold snort from the faceless Holy Emperor was the response to Qing Feng. On Li Ping's originally empty face, blurry facial features faintly appeared. But they didn't look like ordinary human beings. They were more like the evolution of different energies. Especially those two eyes, silver-white vortexes, as bright as the Milky Way in the sky. The power of heaven and earth, bestowed upon me. Li Ping's majestic voice resounded like thunder. The sky over Luoyan Prefecture changed color instantly because of this sentence. If you want to drag me down, it depends on whether you have the weight. Sensing the extremely close connection between himself and the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, Li Ping then released the protection of the golden origin power, allowing Qing Feng's strange power to devour him. Boom, 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 bolts of lightning flashed in the dense dark clouds, and the earth trembled slightly. The color of Li Ping's body faded for a moment. But soon, it returned to normal. On the contrary, Qing Feng's side was actually pulled out with some blurry images. Found you. Two beams of light suddenly shot out from Li Ping's vortex-like eyes. Like chains, they locked Qing Feng in place. Come out. Li Ping shouted violently, and the golden giant hand appeared again. Grabbing the silver chains, he pulled them violently. The previously small, healing black space cave instantly showed signs of violently collapsing outwards. 1245. Mo Sha cuts off the traces of shadows. As the space of Loyan state in the Xuanwang world continued to collapse, Qing Feng was gradually pulled out, revealing its true form. It was surprisingly a willow tree with fluttering branches and leaves. However, Qing Feng was clearly not transformed from ordinary trees. At first glance, it looked like a willow tree, but upon closer inspection, it had characteristics of many other trees combined. After pulling out most of Qing Feng's true form, the silver chain stopped advancing and froze in midair. As if encountering great resistance. Despite appearing so embarrassed, Qing Feng did not seem to be in any pain at all for some reason. It just kept talking to itself, as if it really remembered something because of Li Ping's actions. Where is this? What has happened over the years? I am Qingfeng. No, this is the name Suyuan gave me. My original name was Tianian. Another silver light flew out of the willow tree. It went straight towards Li Ping. The speed of the silver light was so fast that it arrived in front of Li Ping almost the moment it appeared. It pointed straight at his brain, the location of his sea of consciousness. The automatic body protection of the golden source power essence was also unimaginably fast. A shield blocked in front of Li Fan, colliding violently with the silver light. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the violent annihilation of each other's light. Run. At the same time, Li Ping vaguely felt the will conveyed by the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. It was actually warning him to escape quickly. Li Ping's heart sank, and he looked towards the front. Under the erosion of the golden source power essence, the dazzling silver light slowly revealed its true appearance. It was an ordinary-looking silver needle. Although the light enveloping it was slowly dissipating, the sense of threat it brought to Li Ping did not weaken at all. At this moment, with the power of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao added to my body, I can be considered half a Changsheng realm cultivator. Yet I am evenly matched with a tiny silver needle. Li Ping did not feel frustrated, but rather a little angry. Along with this silver needle, an old, kind face appeared in Li Ping's mind. As expected, it is inseparable from the people of the Tianfa realm. Disturbing Xuanwang, the crime deserves to be punished. Li Ping's killing intent surged continuously. However, he also knew that he was not Tianyi's opponent now, so he had to retreat temporarily. The silver chain tightly held in his hand suddenly loosened, and Qingfeng, or rather Tianian, her voice became transparent again. Go. Li Ping didn't care about the other party at this moment. While resisting the silver needle's attack, Li Ping prepared to leave Luoyan state. In this critical moment, he did not forget to take Sun Luan, who was completely stunned. Wrapped in the golden source power, Li Ping's figure also slowly faded. Tianyi's silver needle did not pursue, but returned to Tianian's body, suppressing her into the formless and invisible. Before escaping, Li Ping vaguely heard a sigh coming from the air. Tianian is ethereal, who does she belong to? Tianian is ethereal, who does she belong to? After Li Ping completely disappeared within Luoyan state, the changes in the world did not decrease as a result. On the contrary, there was a tendency to intensify. Lightning bolts struck down frantically. The manic thunderstorms were like the end of the world. Or rather, the real end of the world had arrived. Because a figure as black as ink had already descended into Luoyan state. If Li Fan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this familiar existence at a glance. It was the spirit of heaven and earth, Mo Sha. As the ultimate world-destroying method of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, it descended decisively after Li Ping left. Mo Sha first glanced in the direction Li Ping left. Then it transformed into 10,000, and 10,000 transformed into hundreds of millions. Without any hesitation, it skillfully transformed into endless ink. It wanted to completely clear Luoyan state. Mo Sha descended, and this time the speed of its spread was much faster than the Mo Sha destroying the sea that Li Fan had experienced. The cultivators of Luoyan state had no time to resist or escape. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Luoyan state, which was originally a bit desolate but still had vitality, had completely turned into a void. The sudden appearance of Mo Sha and the destruction of a state naturally alarmed many hidden powerhouses in the Xuanwang world. But at this moment, Luoyan state no longer existed. Even if they wanted to find some clues, they were powerless. The impact of the sudden extinction of a state by Mo Sha had only just begun. Holy Dynasty Daki, in the Holy Emperor's seat. Li Ping sat upright, and the remaining power of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao on his body allowed him to know what happened in Luoyan state. He knew that this was the action taken by the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao to prevent himself from being investigated and tracked by Tianyi. In addition, Luoyan state was originally a fragment of the Tianfa realm, so the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao cleaned it up very decisively. That woman is named Tianian. Like Tianyi, she has the ability to peep into people's hearts. She is formless and invisible, hidden in the Xuanwang world. In addition to her own abilities, there may also be the blessing of Tianyi's silver needle. Although I don't know what the purpose is, it is definitely not a good thing for the Xuanwang world itself. Although this contact with Tianyi ended in failure. But it also allowed Li Ping to know the gap between himself and Tianyi. The celestial venerable of the law, even stronger. It seems that the road I have to take is still very long. However, the power of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao that I borrowed this time is limited. After all, I originally only wanted to subdue that woman. If it were really a life and death struggle, the blessing of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao could be increased dozens of times. My holy dynasty Daki also has unlimited prospects. Moreover, the fishing pond is a treasure, maybe it can give me some surprises from outside the high wall. Self-pity is not Li Ping's style. After a brief failure, he immediately began to summarize and seek solutions. But these alone are still not enough. Li Ping naturally thought of the sealed evil thoughts of the Xuanwang world. This time, swallowing the remnants of the Kongyan Sea made him have a clearer understanding of the power of the world's will. If I can devour the Xuanwang evil thoughts, the Xuanwang power will be restored to its integrity, and I will have a qualitative change again. It seems that this matter must be put on the agenda. While Li Ping was thinking, Sun Luan was trembling and hiding under the Holy Emperor's seat, not daring to move. Just now, whether it was the Holy Emperor in front of him, or Tianyan, or the performance of that silver needle, Sun Luan was greatly shocked. Clearly, he was also a Hidao cultivator, but in front of them, he was like a child, without any resistance at all. What do you think of that woman named Tianyan? After a long time, the voice of the Holy Emperor of Destiny entered Sun Luan's ears. Sun Luan shuddered and looked bitter. 1246. Qing Hong sees Shu Ke. This, Sun Luan stammered for a long time, unable to say a single word. Fortunately, Li Ping didn't make things difficult for him. Waving his hand, he sent out a golden light that flew into Sun Luan's body. Li Ping said calmly, "From now on, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Just stay in our holy dynasty for now. After some time, I will arrange for you to return to the Myriad Immortals Alliance under a different identity." Sun Luan looked up at Li Ping with some confusion. At this moment, Li Ping finally showed him the scene of Mo Sha destroying the world within Luoyan province. As endless fear surged in Sun Luan's heart once again, he immediately understood the use of the golden light just now. It had actually erased the mark left in his body by the Myriad Immortals Alliance. That Tianyan involves too many secrets. If an entire province isn't completely erased, it will be difficult to prevent people from following the clues and investigating, Li Ping explained. Then our Sun family, Sun Luan suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. That depends on your luck. If Tianyan told the Myriad Immortals Alliance what happened to her, then the Sun family will definitely be implicated. Completely evaporated from the world, no one will be spared. Li Ping's words made Sun Luan's face turn extremely pale. But then he changed the subject. However, you don't need to worry too much. Tianyan is formless and without appearance. If she herself refuses to show herself, the Myriad Immortals Alliance probably won't be able to find her. Tianyan and the Myriad Immortals Alliance are not on the same side. Moreover, the attack I launched before I left, although it didn't eliminate her, it also severely injured her. Tianyan's state was already not very stable. When she reappears and regains consciousness, she may not even remember us. Although Li Ping said so, he still couldn't put Sun Luan at ease. The hidden meaning in Li Ping's words was very obvious. There was another terrifying existence behind Tianyan that even this unfathomable holy emperor of the great Qi needed to be wary of. Damn it, Shu Yuanxian, you said it was just a simple errand. I actually believed your nonsense. The thought of being inexplicably dragged into such a thing, not only disrupting his original plan but even implicating his entire family, filled Sun Luan's heart with nameless anger. That old, undying thing is indeed just like the other high-level members of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, good for nothing. He cursed inwardly. And when he thought of the various crises his family would face after his disappearance, Sun Luan couldn't help but feel distraught. Just then, Li Ping spoke again. Actually, there is a way for you to return without arousing suspicion. As long as you inform the Myriad Immortals Alliance of our existence, not only will you not be punished, but you might even make a great contribution. Li Ping's voice echoed in the Holy Emperor's seat. Sun Luan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly expressed his loyalty. How could this lowly one betray the Holy Emperor? Unexpectedly, Li Ping smiled. I think you misunderstood my meaning. Return to the Myriad Immortals Alliance and tell Shu Yuanxian about the situation in Luoyan province and our holy dynasty in complete detail. This is an order. Ah, Sun Luan was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the Holy Emperor would suddenly make this abrupt decision that was completely contrary to what he had said before. Could it be that he is already prepared to go to war with the Myriad Immortals Alliance? Sun Luan couldn't help but think. After you see Shu Yuanxian, say this, Li Ping slowly transmitted his voice. And Sun Luoan's expression gradually became wonderful. Before long, Sun Luoan quietly returned to the Xuanwang Great World under the protection of the 100 Flowers Taoist. He hurried to the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. At this moment, the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance was somewhat chaotic due to the destruction of Luoyan province. But now, no one would have thought that this matter would be related to Sun Luoan, a Harmony Realm cultivator from the Hall of Protectors. Therefore, Sun Luoan smoothly arrived at the headquarters of the Hall of Protectors and saw Shu Yuanxian again. "You're back. How did you do what I asked you to do?" Shu Yuanxian didn't even open his eyes. "Elder Shu, something big has happened." Sun Luoan seemed extremely frightened, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Shu Yuanxian suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he set up layers of restrictions before he said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, speak slowly and carefully." Sun Luoan took a deep breath. "I did indeed see Senior Qingfeng at Qingfeng Hall on Myriad Immortals Island, according to your instructions, Elder. The tree ant named Alu is completely insane, and Senior Qingfeng is also willing to follow me. But she is unwilling to come to the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance and wants to go to Luoyan province instead." Hearing these 3 words from Sun Luoan's mouth, and thinking about the recent disaster in Luoyan province, Shu Yuanxian's expression couldn't help but change slightly. "What exactly happened in that Luoyan province?" he asked in a cold voice, abandoning his usual composure. Just as I was about to bring Senior Qingfeng to her destination, she suddenly became dazed. She said something like, "There are indeed not many people in this world who are good to me." Then I felt my body flutter, as if I was about to completely disappear from this world, Sun Luoan said with some lingering fear. Shu Yuanxian obviously knew about Qingfeng's habit and didn't show any surprise. "Just as I felt like I was about to die, a golden figure suddenly descended. And then, he fought with Senior Qingfeng." Sun Luoan projected the image of Li Ping and Qingfeng's confrontation. "The power of heaven and earth, added to my body." In the picture, the majestic voice could be heard softly. Shu Yuanxian stared carefully at the picture, his expression gradually becoming solemn. It wasn't until the appearance of that silver needle that he completely lost his composure. The picture stopped abruptly. "That other senior took me away. When I returned, I learned that Luoyan province had been destroyed. And Senior Qingfeng was nowhere to be found." Sun Luoan looked terrified. "Elder Shu, what exactly is going on? What is the identity of that Senior Qingfeng?" he asked in return. Shu Yuanxian didn't answer. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he said, "Do you know the name of the cultivator who saved you?" Sun Luoan nodded. "He called himself the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Mandate. But he didn't communicate with me much and quickly sent me back. By the way, Elder Shu, the small world where the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Mandate is located seems a bit strange." Shu Yuanxian didn't take the second half of Sun Luoan's words to heart, but muttered to himself, "Holy Emperor of Heavenly Mandate." Sun Luoan didn't interrupt and just patiently waited for the other party's reaction. "Don't ask any more about this matter. Just pretend this never happened," Shu Yuanxian suddenly said. Sun Luoan was stunned. It wasn't an act. "Elder Shu." Shu Yuanxian raised his hand to interrupt Sun Luoan's words. "I didn't consider things thoroughly. After so many years, I didn't expect things to have developed to the point of irreconcilable differences. I will find another opportunity to compensate you. But this matter must be kept secret." Shu Yuanxian's cold gaze locked onto Sun Luoan. Sun Luoan shuddered and quickly swore to comply. "You should go back first. If there are any problems, I will contact you again. Remember what I said." Before leaving, Shu Yuanxian didn't forget to remind him again. He didn't expect that what he thought would be an extremely dangerous matter would be resolved so smoothly. While Sun Luoan was relieved, his heart was filled with an unreal feeling. However, that old thing's reaction was basically within the Holy Emperor's expectations. Irreconcilable differences. What exactly does that mean? Sun Luoan couldn't figure it out. However, this time, the situation took a turn for the better. Not only did he save his life, but he even gained a favor from Shu Yuanxian. It could be said to be an unexpected surprise. Sun Luoan shook his head slightly and temporarily suppressed the haze in his heart. "Since I'm already at headquarters, I might as well go see Luer." Sun Luoan thought for a moment, and soon came to the Yanfa Jade space. Sun Ang seemed very surprised by his arrival. He kept asking questions. Sun Luan also spoke in great detail. Luer, you've really suffered. As long as the family is safe and sound. Sun Ang's words made Sun Luan suddenly feel a little guilty. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer and left in a hurry. Sun Ang, who was actually Li Fan, looked at Sun Luan's departure with an inexplicable expression. Sun Luan's conversation with Shu Yuanxian naturally fell into his ears word for word. The Holy Emperor's sudden change of mind was also influenced by him. Sure enough, there are people in the Myriad Immortals Alliance who know the true situation of the Xuanwang world. The Xuanwang world is being dissected, transformed, and fused. This Shu Yuanxian is, and the law transmitter Zhang is probably too. But as subordinates of the law transmitter, they are undoubtedly on the side of the law transmitter. They may have already anticipated the Xuanwang Heavenly Dao's actions. But this is already beyond their ability to handle, so they chose to stand by and watch. After all, not everyone has the courage to stand up and oppose the law transmitter. Even the 5 celestial venerables of longevity are letting him do as he pleases. Li Fan snorted coldly in his heart. However, I believe that there will still be people in this Xuanwang world whose hearts are not yet cold. The figure of Shang Xiaojun flashed before Li Fan's eyes. What is lacking now is an opportunity to unite them. Holy Emperor of Heavenly Mandate. Now he is actually becoming somewhat worthy of the name. This time, the Xuanwang world actually took the initiative to release Mo Sha to help the Holy Emperor's clone conceal its whereabouts. This was something Li Fan had not expected. This is certainly related to the clone helping and feeding back the Heavenly Dao through the Sea of Darkness, but it is more because the Xuanwang world Heavenly Dao has been in a state of isolation and helplessness for too long. Now that such a Holy Emperor has suddenly appeared, it is as if it has seized the last straw. With various coincidences added to it, the evolution of this clone has really become somewhat interesting. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. Although the clone is still under his absolute control, during the period when Li Ping and Tianyan were fighting, with the blessing of the Golden Source Power and the Xuanwang Heavenly Dao, the clone's strength has faintly surpassed Li Fan's current strength. This has caused a slight deviation in the path the clone is taking. It's like driving a car on the road. Li Fan can still firmly grasp the various functions of the car, but the road itself has changed due to the state of the vehicle itself. However, this may not be a bad thing for me. The more help I get from the Xuanwang Heavenly Dao, the more I can force out all the details of the Myriad Immortals Alliance and even the Law Transmitter. And that Xuanwang evil thought. It's also time to explore its secrets. This thought flashed through the minds of Li Fan's main body and the Holy Emperor's clone at the same time. Before long, Sun Erlang and Wang Xuanba came to the Holy Emperor's seat together. How is the situation in the exotic beast small world currently? Li Ping first asked Sun Erlang. Reporting to Master, after personally witnessing the power of our holy dynasty, especially after seeing Xuanba's more advanced exotic beast technology, the imperial daughter has agreed to unconditionally submit. Currently, her combat power is slowly being incorporated. Although the armies there are all mortals, they can become the combat power of our holy dynasty after 3 to 5 years of transformation. Especially those numerous exotic beasts, which to a certain extent make up for the shortage of resources in the Holy Dynasty, Sun Erlang said in a deep voice. That's right, our flesh and blood factory is expected to increase its efficiency by more than 5 times in 3 years. And that Imperial Daughter does have her own unique insights into exotic beast development technology. She's even more powerful than me. Wang Xuanba praised. After listening to the two's report, Li Ping nodded slightly. Then, he told the two the location of the small world where the Xuanwang evil thought, that is, Shu Ke, was located. You, together with Zhao King and Zhao Hong, will go to this place. See if you can invite Shu Ke back. Be respectful in your attitude. Sun Erlang and Wang Xuanba exchanged glances. They had also done errands before, but this was the first time the Holy Emperor had been so solemn. The two brothers did not dare to neglect, and immediately bid farewell to the Holy Emperor and hurried to the imperial small world. They found the holy teachers Zhao King and Zhao Hong. What, Shu Ke, are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Zhao King and Zhao Hong were stunned on the spot after hearing the two's explanation. Then, Zhao King lost her composure and directly grabbed Sun Erlang tightly, constantly confirming and asking. Since Master said so, there must be no mistake. 2. Will you come with us? Even though Zhao King and Zhao Hong had 100 doubts in their hearts, they could not overcome the longing of thousands of years. They immediately agreed. The 4 of them traveled together to the entrance of that small world. This is The aura of the beast-taming sex formation. Zhao King and Zhao Hong said excitedly. The aura on their bodies became somewhat chaotic. The person they wanted to see was clearly in front of them, but at this moment, they suddenly didn't have the courage to take that step. It was still under Sun Erlang's urging that they entered the small world. In the lonely world, only a white-haired old man sat alone on the top of a mountain. Shu Ke, Zhao King's trembling voice sounded. The old man's body stiffened slightly, and then he slowly raised his head. Two figures, one green and one red, were flying towards him rapidly. The sealed memories of the past instantly flooded into his mind. Scenes from thousands of years ago reappeared before Shu Ke's eyes. Only Zhao King and Zhao Hong were still as they were. But he, Shu Ke, was already old and dying. The three faced each other. There were thousands of words, but they didn't know where to start. Sun Erlang, Wang Xuanba. Greetings, Senior. But two voices inappropriately interrupted the scene of the three reuniting. 1247. Good and evil finally meet. Who are you? Sun and Wang came with Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong. For a moment, Shu Ke was in a daze, even thinking they were his descendants. But soon, he reacted. With the lack of spiritual energy in the Empire's small world, it was impossible for cultivators of this level to be born. Shu Ke's deep gaze immediately fell on the two of them. Sun Erlang was neither humble nor arrogant, cupping his fist and saying, "By the order of my master, I have come to invite you, Senior, for a meeting." Shu Ke was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were still people in this world who remembered him. After Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong used sound transmission to recount the Empire's recent encounters, Shu Ke's expression became even more solemn. Someone knows about me, and has such abilities. Who is it? Fuzzy figures flashed through his mind, but he eliminated them one by one. Almost imperceptibly, he glanced at the decaying wooden coffin behind him. Shu Ke originally wanted to refuse their invitation. But, Shu Ke's gaze paused on Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong again. Then he sighed slightly. Knowing his location, they still came together with Qing and Hong. The meaning of threat in this was self-evident. Although he had avoided them for thousands of years, it was out of necessity. How could he, Shu Ke, be an ungrateful person who could stand by and watch them suffer? Thinking of this, Shu Ke shook his head slightly. "I can go with you. But I have a few requests." Sun Erlang quickly said, "Senior, please speak freely. First, one of you two must replace me and sit on this mountain peak. Before I return, no matter what happens, you must not leave in advance. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, I will set up a restriction," Shu Ke said slowly. Hearing this strange request, Sun Erlang hesitated. "No problem, I'll take Senior's place here," Wang Xuanba replied, patting his chest. Sun Erlang knew that after his brother cultivated the technique passed down by his master, he could transform into thousands of forms like a beast. Even if this body was completely destroyed, it wouldn't have a significant impact. So, he didn't stop him. Shu Ke nodded and continued, "Second, after I leave this small world with you, no one is allowed to approach within 10 feet. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Shu Ke glanced at Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong, emphasizing his tone. Clearly, anyone, included both Qing and Hong. Sun Erlang's heart trembled when he heard this, but he still nodded in agreement. As for the last point, Shu Ke said to Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong, "If I show any signs of abnormality, kill me. Do not hesitate at all." As he spoke, a wooden sword, no bigger than a palm, appeared in Shu Ke's hand at some point. Shu Ke reached out, and the wooden sword flew to Xiao Qing on its own. Xiao Qing was completely stunned. But seeing Shu Ke's old but firm face, which resembled his determined departure from the Empire back then. Tears flickered in her eyes, but Xiao Qing didn't say anything more, and softly agreed. "Okay." Xiao Qing tightly clenched the wooden sword in her hand, while carefully listening to Shu Ke's sound transmission, explaining how to use the wooden sword. After everything was settled, Shu Ke looked at Sun and Wang. Seeing Shu Ke so solemn, Sun Erlang and Wang Xuanba didn't dare to neglect. "Senior, do you have any other instructions? You two wait a moment and stay away." The two men and two beasts were puzzled. They exchanged a glance and obediently flew away from the abrupt stone mountain where Shu Ke was. Shu Ke pressed his right hand on the mountain peak, exerting a little force. The stone mountain, the heaven and earth, and even the entire world, trembled slightly in an instant. It was as if sharp, resentful curses were ringing out, or perhaps it was just an illusion. After waiting for the tremors to disappear, this small world seemed to have become somewhat different from before. But Sun Erlang and the others couldn't see the specific difference. Shu Ke slowly got up, looked at Wang Xuanba, and stomped his right foot. Wang Xuanba signaled Sun Erlang to rest assured, then flew to Shu Ke's side. Sit down. Shu Ke moved his foot away, and a sunken area appeared on the ground of the mountain peak. Wang Xuanba sat down with a thud. It might hurt a bit, but it won't kill you. Shu Ke said slowly as he flew into the air. The moment he flew away from the towering stone mountain, Wang Xuanba let out a scream. It was as if a heavy object had suddenly pressed down on him. Caught off guard, his spine was directly pressed against the ground. The sound of bones being crushed and ground kept ringing out. Xuanba, Sun Erlang exclaimed. I'm fine. A hand stretched out from the body that had almost become a ball of meat. He waved weakly at Sun Erlang. It really hurts. Shu Ke gently pointed at Wang Xuanba. Let's go. I told you he won't die. Wang Xuanba's pressure seemed to have lessened a bit, and he barely managed to lift his head again. Seeing this, Sun Erlang took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he led the way with Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong. Shu Ke followed step by step behind them. Sun Erlang, like Qing and Hong, secretly observed Shu Ke behind him. When Shu Ke was sitting, the seemingly decayed coffin on his back was not very conspicuous. But Sun Erlang didn't know if it was his imagination, but since leaving the small world, the coffin seemed to be getting more and more complete. Its shape was also slowly growing. It was as if something would come out of it at any moment. Coupled with the three strange requests Shu Ke had previously instructed, Sun Erlang felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. Even more, a strange, low whispering sound came to his ears. Just as Sun Erlang couldn't help but listen, a cold chill suddenly and spontaneously circulated in his heart. The noise in his ears disappeared instantly, replaced by Shu Ke's low reminder. Don't pay attention to those strange sounds. Sun Erlang broke out in a cold sweat. He prided himself on not being a person with a weak will, and had even experienced another lifetime of real life in the simulated world of the Taishu sect's transformation stone. However, hundreds of years of experience were so vulnerable in the face of those ghostly sounds, almost falling into them instantly. If it weren't for the immortal heart mantra personally taught by my master, I'm afraid I would have suffered. This Shu Ke. Sun Erlang didn't dare to look at Shu Ke and the coffin behind him anymore, but focused and quickened his pace. Before long, the group passed through a long void journey and arrived outside the Daki small world. This time, it was Shu Ke who made a surprised and uncertain sound. Sun Erlang looked back and saw that for some reason, the coffin behind him had become more decayed and smaller again. It was almost no different from the world where Shu Ke was originally. Having received prior notice, all the citizens of Daki and Holy Capital City had returned to their homes. The huge city was empty, leaving only a straight, empty road leading to the Holy Emperor's throne, opened up for Shu Ke. My master is already waiting for you, Senior, Sun Erlang said respectfully. There was no need to lead the way anymore. Since arriving here, Shu Ke had already sensed the powerful aura that was ubiquitous, like the great sun in the sky, enveloping the entire small world. Far beyond the ordinary meaning of the Tao integration realm. It even had a certain degree of suppression on the Xuanwang evil thoughts sealed in the coffin behind him. What made Shu Ke even more unbelievable was that he faintly sensed a familiar feeling from this aura. But, how is that possible? Shu Ke was filled with 3 parts doubt, 3 parts trepidation, and a bit of unknown excitement. Finally, he entered the Holy Emperor's throne. After seeing the figure sitting above clearly, Shu Ke breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a few traces of disappointment flashed through his mind. I was thinking too much. How could it be the already deceased Mr. Bai? Forcibly suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Shu Ke concentrated and carefully examined this legendary Daki faceless Holy Emperor. Or rather, the heavenly mandate Holy Emperor. At the same time, Li Ping was also observing Shu Ke. And the coffin behind him. Naturally, Li Ping saw even more than Sun Erlang. What he saw was not decaying wood, but a faint, transparent, pale figure. The figure had the most handsome face in the world, but it was matched with an expression full of resentment and evil. Li Ping sensed that the urging of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao had descended again. Moreover, it was becoming more and more intense. At the same time, the pale Xuanwang evil thoughts seemed to sense something as well. It suddenly raised its head and stared intently at Li Ping. The corresponding manifestation was that the coffin behind Shu Ke shook violently. Even more, huge banging sounds echoed within the tall holy hall. Shu Ke suddenly became alert. His figure retreated violently, and a revolving wheel phantom appeared above his head. The golden wheel rotated rapidly, and images and roars of hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts emerged from it, attempting to suppress the shaking coffin. But the Xuanwang evil thoughts struggled more intensely than ever before. Until the Holy Emperor Li Ping, with a thought in his mind, the 10,000 spirits of heaven and earth, refining gods of all living beings in the Daki small world operated slightly, obscuring the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Losing the sense of its other half, the Xuanwang evil thoughts gradually calmed down. At this moment, Shu Ke, who had tried for a while and found that he could not fly out no matter what, also gave up his futile actions. He stared coldly at Li Ping. Who exactly are you? At this time, how could Shu Ke not know that this holy emperor had come for the sealed Xuanwang evil thoughts? Who am I? Li Ping paused slightly. That's not important. What's important is that it's time to return things to their original owner. Shu Ke's expression changed drastically. Return things to their original owner. Back then, Mr. Bai failed to fulfill the Heavenly Tao's trust and even sealed a part of the Heavenly Tao's power. Now I will set things right and return the Tao to heaven. Li Ping's voice was not loud, but it echoed endlessly in the Holy Emperor's throne. Falling into Shu Ke's ears, it was like a thunderclap. What did you say? Having lived for so long, and having seen many bizarre things in the past, Shu Ke had never been so shocked. Blocking is worse than dredging. Sealing is only a temporary measure. The longer it is suppressed, the more severe the backlash will be on the day it escapes. Didn't Mr. Bai teach you this principle? How long can you last? Li Ping didn't give Shu Ke time to react, and continuously shook his mind. Cold sweat dripped from Shu Ke's forehead. You are? He asked in disbelief. Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate. The moment this word was spoken, the air in the Holy Emperor's throne solidified. After a brief silence, Li Ping smiled softly. No. This answer was obviously somewhat beyond Shu Ke's expectations, and he fell into confusion. After Mr. Bai's betrayal, do you think the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao will still trust cultivators? Li Ping's tone was strange. I am not the Xuanwang Heavenly Venerate. I am the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. As Li Ping spoke, he stood up abruptly from the Holy Emperor's throne. In an instant, his figure seemed to expand infinitely. Like a giant standing tall, filling Shu Ke's vision. And the already extremely powerful aura on Li Ping's body burst out again and climbed higher. The concealment of the myriad spirits' great array disappeared, and Li Ping borrowed the power of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. And for his sealed other half, the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao was unprecedentedly generous this time. A crack faintly appeared in the sky above the Daki small world. That was a sign that the entire world had been stretched to its limit. If it weren't for the fact that Daki had been upgraded a lot under Li Ping's management over the years, and its upper limit far exceeded ordinary small worlds, I'm afraid it would have been directly burst open this time. Although it seemed that the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao had no power to fight back in front of the Heavenly Venerate of transmitting Dharma and the true Immortal of the Immortal Ruins. But in reality, with the current physique of the Xuanwang realm, which has merged with many remnants of the Immortal cultivation realm, the power of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao is actually not much weaker than when it was initially intact. Strength and weakness are relative. At this time, in Shu Ke's eyes, he seemed to see again the graceful figure that carried the rhythm and will of heaven and earth in every gesture. Heaven and earth loved and added everything to his body. But what was different was that Mr. Bai was gentle and refined. And the figure in front of him, overbearing and majestic, making people fear and believe. In a trance, Shu Ke remembered Mr. Bai's instructions back then. On the point of whether to leave or not, my opinion differs from that of this consciousness. I don't think I'm wrong, and I don't think this is betrayal. I'm just looking for a better way to save the world. Shu Ke, if you can, help me watch it. I think that one day, it will understand. At that time, Shu Ke didn't understand Mr. Bai's words. In these thousands of years, not only did the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao consciousness separated by Mr. Bai not understand, but it developed in an increasingly extreme direction. Not only did the conveyed thoughts and curses become more and more vicious, it even affected any existence that approached it. The small world where Shu Ke was, which was used to seal the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao consciousness, slowly lost its vitality and completely turned into a barren desert. And his body was also more aging than normal. Until before today, Shu Ke thought that he would eventually usher in the end of being swallowed by evil thoughts. But he didn't expect Is this what Mr. Bai said? Understood. But it's just another, the main body understood. Shu Ke couldn't help but think. Return it to me. Just as Shu Ke's thoughts were racing, Li Ping spoke again. This startled Shu Ke from his contemplation. He couldn't help but take a step back, the golden wheel still suppressing the rotten wooden coffin. 1248. Borrowing luck to swallow the thoughts of heaven. Empty words are no proof, how can you prove it? Even though Shu Ke had already felt that familiar aura on the other party, the Xuanwang evil thought sealed behind him was far too important. If he entrusted it to the wrong person, it would definitely cause unimaginable calamity. This was also the reason why Shu Ke had always sealed it himself for so many years. He really couldn't find someone who was both capable and trustworthy. Li Ping didn't get angry when he saw that Shu Ke was so cautious and actually refused him. Instead, laughter echoed continuously. It's not that I should prove it to you, but that you should see the truth clearly. As Li Ping spoke, the top of the Holy Emperor's throne, and even the sky of the Great Qi Small World, seemed to be torn apart. Shu Ke's vision instantly returned to the Xuanwang realm, and scenes flashed before his eyes one after another. In the endless night, starlight-like golden rays emerged from nowhere, stirring up invisible waves in the dark sea. On the boundless ocean, golden chains crisscrossed, like a giant net. Within the golden net, sharp, unwilling, and resentful wails echoed. A consciousness was slowly being obliterated. In the golden center, the faceless Holy Emperor stood in the void, his aura grim. In a rather desolate state, the power of heaven and earth was blessed upon the faceless Holy Emperor. Beside him, a dark, pitch-black figure loomed. Although there was nothing in front of them, Shu Ke instinctively felt uneasy. These flashing scenes all illustrated the close connection between the faceless Holy Emperor in front of him and the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. And Shu Ke's increasingly fierce resistance from the coffin behind him, as if he couldn't wait to return to the Xuanwang evil thought, basically confirmed this judgment. However, for some reason, Shu Ke still hesitated in his heart. Perhaps it's because I've been with this Xuanwang evil thought for too long, and I've been unconsciously affected. Shu Ke suddenly felt a shock in his heart. The image of the faceless Holy Emperor was too positive. To the point that Shu Ke, who was standing on the opposite side of him at this moment, couldn't help but doubt himself. The Xuanwang evil thought has been sealed for too long. It's already close to exceeding the limit that ordinary cultivators can control. And it belongs to the same entity as the existing Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. If it suddenly returns, I'm afraid that even the Heavenly Tao itself will undergo unpredictable extreme changes. Only I can suppress it first, and then slowly obliterate all the evil thoughts, so as to return the Tao to the heavens. This process may require some help from you. After a moment of stalemate, the Holy Emperor Li Ping spoke again. As soon as these words came out, the Holy Emperor's throne showed two completely different reactions. Shu Ke was pleasantly surprised. And the coffin lid behind him, after being quiet for a while, shook even more frantically. Li Ping even vaguely saw the eyes of that pale figure, which were 100 times more venomous than before. Come with me. Li Ping didn't urge Shu Ke to hand over the Xuanwang evil thought, but took him to a place in the sky above the Great Qi Small World. Can you feel anything different here? The fluctuations of the Xuanwang evil thought are suppressed, almost imperceptible. Not only the Xuanwang evil thought, but also this small world, and the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao itself. A hint of astonishment flashed in Shu Ke's eyes. This is where the eye of the heaven and earth myriad spirits great array is located. This array seals the heavens and earth. Not to mention the will of the world, even if a true immortal descends, it can resist it a little, Li Ping said in a calm tone. In his memory and cognition, this formation could indeed block the descent of true immortals to some extent. And although Shu Ke had lived for a long time, he had never really seen what kind of power a true immortal possessed. So he didn't doubt Li Ping's words. With this array, even if it's released directly, it won't be able to escape. Shu Ke also knew a little about formations. The more he observed, the more shocked he became. This heaven and earth myriad spirits great array was indeed, as Li Ping said, infinitely mysterious. If I had this array back then, I wouldn't have had to suppress it myself for thousands of years. In addition to the shock, Shu Ke couldn't help but feel a little dazed. After visiting the myriad spirits great array, Li Ping took Shu Ke to Yin Shengren's place. It was like a school, full of children studying earnestly. The innocent faces pulled Shu Ke's thoughts back to the small broken temple in Ningyuan City 1,000 years ago. The scene back then overlapped somewhat with the scene in front of him, and Shuke couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Yin Shangren's reaction, however, was a bit horrified. He, who was teaching the children, suddenly froze completely. After a moment of pause, he suddenly stood up and stared at the coffin behind Shuke. After trembling for a while, he actually cracked open directly from his body, revealing another self that had been hidden all along. All four eyes were filled with unprecedented greed. Shuke frowned slightly. That kind of gaze, as if looking at prey, made him very uncomfortable. What he was more concerned about was the performance of the Xuanwang evil thought in the coffin behind him. It was very strange. Suddenly, it calmed down. The curses and bewitching voices that had been floating in Shuke's ears disappeared again. But unlike before in the heaven and earth myriad spirits' great array, the Xuanwang evil thought itself was not affected. Instead, it seemed to be frightened and silenced itself. After a while, the Xuanwang evil thought continued to pat the coffin lid, showing its existence. But in Shuke's eyes, this was more like a bluff. Li Ping's body blocked between Yin Shangren and the Xuanwang evil thought, which made the two return to normal. Yin Shangren's body, which had been torn apart, rejoined, and he grinned and said, "I didn't expect that the dignified Xuanwang heavenly Tao would actually fall to this point. If my brothers knew, I wonder how happy they would be." Yin Shangren said, smacking his lips, "I've eaten a lot of garbage like world wraiths. I haven't tasted this complete world will yet. I wonder what it tastes like." Shuke was startled in his heart when he heard this. But he heard Li Ping introduce the origin of this Yin Shangren. A world wraith left behind by the Xuanwang realm's devouring, greatly admires Mr. Bai. At first, Shuke had some doubts, but after seeing the white rib that Yin Shangren treasured, he no longer had any other thoughts in his mind. Even if it was just an ordinary rib like a normal person. But Shuke knew at a glance that it belonged to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai's smiling face reappeared in front of Shuke, but suddenly shattered in a blink of an eye. Only this white rib remained. Shuke suddenly felt a surge of sorrow. And Yin Shangren, after learning about Shuke's special relationship with Mr. Bai, also put away his previous fierce appearance and became peaceful. Only his eyes still swept over the decaying coffin from time to time. With fellow Taoist Yin here, if it escapes from the heavy restrictions, it will at most end up as a meal, Li Ping said lightly. Shuke, whose emotions had calmed down, finally believed in the identity and plan of this faceless holy emperor. At the moment when he let go of the obsession in his heart, Shuke felt an unprecedented ease. I have persisted for so long, next, let the Xuanwang realm come by itself. Shuke thought so. What, are you also interested in him? Yin Shangren looked at Li Ping with some surprise. Li Ping briefly recounted what had happened in Luoyan Prefecture before, and then said, "He is very helpful to me." Yin Shangren shrugged. "Then I won't compete with you. Even if I eat it, it will at most be a feast for the mouth, and it will still have to be excreted." Li Ping was silent and did not answer. That silver needle, Yin Shangren suddenly showed Li Ping an image. "Is it like this?" Li Ping nodded. "What? Have you seen it? It seems like I have some impression, but it was a long time ago." Yin Shangren squinted, recalling something. "That's right, a long time ago, I saw it in this place. But it wasn't me at that time, it was the residual memory of a part of me that I had swallowed. So I can't remember the specific details. If you are interested, you can go here and look for it, maybe you will find something." Yin Shangren sent a location to Li Ping. It seemed that the world wraith still had a weak sense of its original body. The location that Yin Shangren conveyed was actually the precise location of the current Xuanwang realm. "I know, I will deal with this matter first. With my current strength, even if I really find something, I am afraid it will be difficult to investigate deeply." Li Ping did not avoid anything, but said very frankly. "There are indeed too many monsters and ghosts in the Xuanwang realm." Yin Shangren snorted. Li Ping looked at Shuke at this time. "Fellow Taoist Yin and I, we plan to collect and bury Mr. Bai's scattered bones so that they can rest in peace. After this matter, if you are willing, you can assist us." Shuke naturally agreed without hesitation, and even his voice trembled. Okay. Successfully persuading Shuke, the guardian, the next step was to release and absorb the Xuanwang evil thought. Although Li Ping had absolute confidence, he was not careless. Instead, he made ample preparations. The next day, a message spread throughout the entire Holy Dynasty. "In 7 days, the Supreme Holy Emperor will bestow grace. All people who sincerely pray within these 7 days will receive the Holy Emperor's reward. The more sincere the heart, the more generous the reward. Praying to the Holy Emperor was already a compulsory course for the people of the Great Qi. Now that the Holy Emperor clearly stated that there would be rewards, how dare people neglect it? Therefore, within just half a day after the holy decree was conveyed, Li Ping felt the luck of the Holy Dynasty and the Great Qi unprecedentedly condensed. Even the power of luck formed by the heaven and earth Qi canon in his body faintly had a tendency to transform from purple to gold. This method is only effective for a while, not for a long time. If you break your promise, you will also suffer backlash, and even a drop in realm is not impossible. Li Ping felt his strength constantly climbing towards its peak, but his heart was very calm. The golden source power was drawn, and all people were united in one mind. The heaven and earth myriad spirits great array then slowly operated, shielding all connections with the outside world. At this moment, not only was it impossible to observe the existence of the Great Qi small world from the Xuanwang realm, but even Baihu a Taoist, who was close at hand in the five elements Great Cave Heaven, suddenly lost her sense of the Great Qi small world. If Li Ping hadn't notified her in advance, Baihua would probably have mistakenly thought that the Great Qi had suffered some terrible disaster. The process of devouring the Xuanwang evil thought still required blocking the Xuanwang heavenly Tao on the outside. Otherwise, something unpredictable might happen. 7 days passed in a flash. Li Ping's state had reached its peak in the 7 days of brewing and preparation. At this moment, in the eye of the myriad spirits great array, Yin Shengren, Shu Ke, and Yi Shu stood on 3 legs. Li Ping then sat in the void in the center of the 3. As a part of the Tian transformation Tao stone, Yi Shu was naturally also keenly aware of the unusual changes that were taking place in the Great Qi small world. He took the initiative to come to the door to inquire. Li Ping told him the plan to devour the Xuanwang evil thought directly. After a brief stagnation, Yi Shu immediately proposed to participate and help. He even took the initiative to propose that in the future, he might be able to further deepen the cooperation between the Tian sect and the Holy Dynasty of the Great Qi. After thinking for a moment, Li Ping still agreed to Yi Shu's request. He invited these 3 people, but they were just making a show. Everything in the heaven and earth myriad spirits great array was under his control. If this Yi Shu was honest, it would be fine, but if there was any change, Li Ping could refine him in an instant. Devouring him together with the Xuanwang evil thought. Array, rise! Li Ping gave a cold shout. The 3 people in the array only felt that the sky suddenly became chaotic. Among them, there were occasional purple stars flashing. It was as if they had entered the endless void and left the real world. All 3 of them were shocked. Li Ping then gently pointed to the decaying wooden coffin placed beside him. There was no violent sound of destruction. The wooden ceiling layer disappeared like a wisp of black smoke. A figure changed from blurry to clear, appearing in the formation, in front of Li Ping. Unlike the venomous appearance that Li Ping had seen before. At this time, the person in front of him was no different from Mr. Bai in his memory. He smiled slightly and asked, "Are you going to eat me?" There was no resentment in his eyes, but rather relief and resignation. Mr. Bai, Shu Ke couldn't help but shout in surprise. It wasn't that Shu Ke's determination was not enough, it was really that this figure was too similar to Mr. Bai. Li Ping remained unmoved and nodded lightly, "That's right. Being able to merge with me, you can be considered to have died well." Just a simple sentence made the expression on the face of the originally indifferent Xuanwang evil thought suddenly freeze. "What are you?" The Xuanwang evil thought couldn't pretend and screamed out of control. He suddenly turned into a black gas and rushed towards Li Ping. But in front of Li Ping, it was as if there was an infinite distance. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get close at all. "Noisy, when you merge with me, you will know what I am." Li Ping glanced at the Xuanwang evil thought. A majestic force descended from the sky. The black smoke transformed by the evil thought was immediately bound. The will of all spirits, the great millstone of heaven and earth. Li Ping chanted softly, and a purplish golden vortex slowly formed above everyone's heads. 1249. The immortal body of the great heavenly Venerable. Within the swirling vortex of violet gold, wind and thunder subtly surged. At the very bottom of the funnel-shaped energy vortex was the somewhat panic-stricken figure of the Xuanwang evil will. Images of faces from different lives flashed rapidly within the vortex of wind and thunder, tearing at the Xuanwang evil will like a hurricane. Consequently, his body became gradually distorted and blurred. "I am the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. The father and mother of you cultivators. How dare you treat me like this? Again, you humans all deserve to die. The Xuanwang Evil will roared. Not choosing to sit and await death, the appearance that originally resembled Mr. Bai finally revealed its true form. His body swelled up like an inflating balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a deformed and terrifying monster covered in blue-purple mottled lumps. Even more horrifying was that the face of the Xuanwang Evil Will had disappeared. Or rather, the countless masses of black shadows rapidly swimming across the surface of his shell were now his faces. Each face had a different expression, but none of them displayed positive emotions. Madness, hatred, despair, tyranny. All the darkest and most twisted aspects of living beings were undoubtedly revealed on the body of the Xuanwang Evil Will. Substantial black baleful energy surged from within his body, soaring into the sky to meet the rotating power of wind and thunder from the violet gold vortex head-on. In the silent collision, it actually caused Li Ping's millstone of heaven and earth to pause slightly. Li Ping noticed that about 1/3 of the faces on the Xuanwang Evil Will were all staring intently at him. Die, 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 a sharp curse erupted, sweeping over him. Shu Ke and the other two, who were protecting the formation for Li Ping, all frowned slightly at this moment. On the empty face of Holy Emperor Li Ping, these evil thoughts impacted him, faintly revealing blurred facial features. Countless tentacles covered in blue-purple fleshy nodules stretched out from the monstrous shell of the Xuanwang Evil Will, flailing wildly, trying to break free from the restraints of the myriad spirits' grand formation. However, how could this unparalleled formation, which could be said to be the limit of the disintegration disk's deduction, be so easily broken through? After a brief pause, the violet gold vortex slowly rotated again. The sound of wind and thunder howling was even louder than before. Even more so, the sound of human prayers came from within, forming a unique rhythm in resonance, forcefully suppressing the earth-shattering roar of the Xuanwang Evil Will. Evil, in the end, cannot defeat justice. Look at your current appearance, do you even deserve to be called the 4 words, Xuanwang Heavenly Tao? Li Ping's faint voice, tinged with a bit of mockery, penetrated through the many noises of the formation's confrontation and accurately reached the ears of the Xuanwang Evil Will. Bastard, who caused this? After a moment of blankness, he completely flew into a rage. Obviously, even the Xuanwang Evil Will itself could not accept that it had fallen to such a state. The body suppressed by the millstone of heaven and earth actually showed a tendency to rise up and resist again. Li Ping, however, nodded slightly, constantly stimulating and provoking the Xuanwang Evil Will with words, while concentrating on presiding over the myriad spirits' grand formation. He absorbed the fragments peeled from the Xuanwang Evil Will into his own body through the vortex. Negative emotions poured into Li Ping's consciousness like a trickle. Seeing this, the 3 who were protecting the formation could not help but become a little nervous. Because they were in the formation, they could more clearly feel the horror of this myriad spirits' grand formation. Even though it had been sealed for thousands of years, it was still a part of the heavenly Tao of this great world after all. However, in front of this formation, it could be said that it did not have the slightest power to resist. It even made the 3 people's original preparations useless. They just needed to quietly watch Holy Emperor Li Ping perform. The more terrifying this formation was, the more difficult it was for them to suppress their worries. If the Holy Emperor was influenced by the evil thoughts and lost control, I'm afraid it would be a disaster that was 10,000 times more terrifying than the Xuanwang Evil Will breaking free. Even though they had great confidence in the Holy Emperor's strength, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After all, they were still in the formation at this moment. No need to worry, I am fine. And Li Ping seemed to have sensed their emotional fluctuations and calmly explained through voice transmission. Not to mention the tenacity of Li Ping's own will, just with the blessing of the Xuanwang Immortal Heart mantra, it was impossible for him to have his personality twisted by this Xuanwang Evil Will. Not to mention that what he adopted was not the violent method of swallowing it in one gulp, but using the millstone of heaven and earth to slowly crush the Xuanwang Evil Will bit by bit and slowly absorb it, minimizing the side effects. In addition, the thoughts of hundreds of millions of citizens of Daki are anchoring me. Hundreds of millions of living beings can refine the spirit. This is just a part of the original Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, how can it affect me? Li Ping's heart was clear. Rather than dealing with evil thoughts, Li Ping's greater pressure at this moment was actually used to digest the mottled and vast chaotic memories within the other party's body. Although most of it had been blurred in thousands of years of twisting despair. But these fragmented memory fragments were deeply hidden in his consciousness. At this moment, along with the dismemberment of his body, they flowed into Li Ping's mind. Scenes of fragmented scenes flashed quickly in Li Ping's mind. Most of them were difficult to distinguish in detail. Only one scene appeared repeatedly. Obviously, this was a memory that made the Xuanwang evil will feel unforgettable. In the years when he was sealed, it was repeatedly staged in his mind more than once. In the endless dark void, a speeding figure suddenly stopped. "Why don't you leave?" the voice in the memory asked. The original emotion was a bit of rejoicing, of elation. But at this moment, it was a bit of doubt. That figure in white, that is, Mr. Bai, turned around and looked back. His expression was constantly changing, very complicated. What exactly is wrong? The perception from the memory gradually became a little irritable in the deathly silence. "I can't leave." Finally, Mr. Bai took a deep breath and said slowly. "Why don't you leave? The calamity has been completed, the general trend is like this, it is impossible to reverse it. Rather than staying there, it is better to go to the high wall and fight hard, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope." The voice from the memory was stunned first, filled with incomprehensible emotions. Then it was a little urgent, and he quickly dissuaded him. "With the relics left by the first great heavenly venerate as protection, and using the detonation of those immortal artifacts as power, the two of us working together have a great possibility of crossing the high wall. We have been preparing for so long, how can we suddenly change our minds?" Even after a long time, Li Ping could feel the incomprehension and anger in the consciousness of the separated Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Mr. Bai probably knew that he was in the wrong, and remained silent. "You should say something." When the Xuanwang heavenly Tao finally stopped, Mr. Bai slowly responded. "That is my hometown. From birth to now, everyone I know, everyone I have heard of, and those I love and hate, have all spent their lives there. Now that it has encountered a calamity, I can indeed leave." "But what about them?" Mr. Bai asked quietly. The Xuanwang heavenly Tao simply couldn't understand Mr. Bai's emotions. In its view, ensuring its own survival was the most important thing. "As long as I am here, and we find another suitable world, we can quickly nurture another Xuanwang world. I can even recreate those people you are familiar with," it explained. Mr. Bai only chuckled and shook his head. Without further hesitation, he turned and headed back towards the Xuanwang world. Seeing things heading towards an uncontrollable situation, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao became increasingly anxious. It kept trying to persuade him. Mr. Bai simply turned a deaf ear, his mind made up. "I know you've treated me well. You always say that I am the reincarnation of that person. But I know that I am just myself. Su Bai, an ordinary mortal." The memories of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, already increasingly enraged, were becoming somewhat unstable. But Mr. Bai's words, though fragmented, were still incomparably clear. "I don't want to cultivate at all, or become some immortal. I only want to save the people I care about, that's all. I'm sorry. As for the things you gave me, the great celestial Venerable's immortal body, and those immortal artifacts, even this cultivation, I will return it all to you," Mr. Bai said with utmost calm. ... Boom. Memories, like bubbles, suddenly burst. Having inherited the power of the Xuanwang evil intent, Li Ping also felt the same way at this moment, personally experiencing the extreme anger of being deceived and betrayed. Die. The voice seemed to be that of the Xuanwang evil intent, constantly swirling in his mind. Along with it, Li Ping's aura also fluctuated slightly. And the deformed evil intent entity, suppressed and crushed by the heaven and earth millstone in the formation, seemed to sense the changes happening to Li Ping. It couldn't help but scream, "Do you feel it? Can you understand me? This pain of being deceived, and then sealed for thousands of years." Unexpectedly, his outpouring was abruptly interrupted by Li Ping's words. "At this moment, I am in human form. Therefore, I can empathize more with the one you hate so much. I think Mr. Bai did the right thing. Some things, after all, you will never understand. So, rest in peace." Li Ping's words gradually became colder. The facial features, somewhat blurred and manifested by the impact of the Xuanwang evil intense memories, disappeared again. A cold and heartless aura emanated from the faceless holy emperor. Without hesitation, he accelerated the operation of the heaven and earth millstone. Like an indestructible towering dam, it completely blocked the evil intense onslaught. The three protectors of the formation couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. They were really a little afraid that the Holy Emperor would be affected by the evil intent. Especially Shangren Yin, he jokingly said to Shu Ke, "Actually, my essence is not much different from the Xuanwang evil intent. If he can swallow him so easily, then swallowing me would be just as easy. It seems that in the future, I have to stay away from him as much as possible." Shu Ke remained silent, looking at the figure in the formation, which seemed to be growing taller and taller. He suddenly felt a sense of gain and loss. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to hand over the Xuanwang evil intent. The purplish gold vortex continued to rotate, and the sound of wind and thunder became louder and louder. The Xuanwang evil intent's struggle, on the other hand, was becoming weaker and weaker. It was only a matter of time before he was completely swallowed. As the power of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao was absorbed and refined, the faceless Holy Emperor's majestic figure became even taller. As if to break through the sky of the Daki small world and reach another realm, Li Ping's figure appeared on the sky. At this moment, hundreds of millions of people in Daki could clearly see the Holy Emperor's face. The boiling popular sentiment reached its peak at this moment. The condensed fortune instantly broke through the purple color completely, turning into an incomparably dazzling golden light. Even if it was only for this moment, it seemed that it would immediately fall back again. But Li Ping felt something in his heart, and keenly seized this opportunity. With a gentle wave of his hand, he scattered a portion of the Xuanwang evil intense power absorbed and transformed by the heaven and earth millstone into the Daki small world. Countless purplish gold light spots, like heavenly flowers, scattered in the world. From the perspective of the ordinary people of Daki below, they saw the Holy Emperor's grace, rumored in the past few days. The purplish gold flowers seemed to carry a natural magic power to lure people's hearts, making the people of Daki disregard the Holy Emperor's majesty and try to touch them. And the changes brought about by the purplish gold flowers entering the body made those people kneel on the spot and shout the Holy Emperor's name. The Daki fortune, which had already reached its peak, seemed to be catalyzed, and once again ushered in change. This time, under the countless Daki people's unanimous praise like mountains and seas, the originally extremely unstable golden fortune was completely stabilized. Hundreds of millions of creatures cheered like a tsunami, making the three formation protectors above Daki lose their minds for a moment. Is this the legendary, one person attains the Tao, and even his pets ascend to heaven? Shangren Yin couldn't help but sigh. Shu Ke unconsciously looked at the Holy Emperor Li Ping's motionless body, and for some reason, he actually saw Mr. Bai's figure on him. Perhaps, what I did was not wrong, Shu Ke thought. And Yi Shu of the Tian sect narrowed his eyes, seemingly deducing and calculating something. His eyes revealed shock. The Heavenly Emperor Qi Classic transformed to the final realm and completely stabilized. With the ebb and flow of power, the Xuanwang evil intent ultimately had no possibility of resisting. I will wait for you. You will eventually end up like me. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, the Xuanwang evil intent suddenly cursed viciously for some unknown reason. The Holy Emperor Li Ping turned a deaf ear and remained unmoved. The heaven and earth millstone crashed down. The power from the Xuanwang heavenly Tao flowed into his body continuously. Li Ping felt something in his heart, as if an invisible shackle had been broken. The longevity realm, or rather, an alternative longevity realm. He pondered. At the same time, in the Wangxian Alliance headquarters, in the Yanfahui space, the feedback from the breakthrough of the clone abruptly stopped at the moment when the Holy Emperor reached the power of the longevity realm. So it didn't attract the attention of other people in the space. Li Fan had already expected the Holy Emperor's breakthrough. But what Li Fan really cared about was the memories from the Xuanwang evil intent, immortal artifacts, and the immortal body of the first great celestial Venerable. Li Fan closed his eyes, hiding the shock in his eyes. Mr. Bai's sentence, "I will return it to you," means that these things are still within the Xuanwang world. 1250. Source power seals the disaster of immortals. In the 119th cycle, Li Fan had fabricated the rumor of the so-called remains of a true immortal. Using it as bait, he lured cultivators from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance into the small world of the great array of reversing life and death, prematurely exposing the heavenly Venerable of rebirth to the world. Unexpectedly, the Xuanwang world actually harbored a real set of remains of a true immortal. Moreover, not just any ordinary immortal. The immortal body of the first grand heavenly Venerable. Interesting. This single sentence concealed many secrets. The Xuanwang Grand Heavenly Venerable doesn't specifically refer to a particular cultivator, but rather represents a certain position and title. Li Fan had already learned this at the deepest part of the fallen immortal realm. My guess at the time was correct. As long as I pass the trials of the fallen immortal realm, I should be able to inherit and become the new Xuanwang Grand Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, it's very likely that I'll simultaneously obtain the several immortal artifacts left behind by Mr. Bai. Then, where would Mr. Bai hide the immortal body of the first Grand Heavenly Venerable? Would it still be in the fallen immortal realm? Li Fan's thoughts raced. This first Grand Heavenly Venerable was of particular concern to Li Fan. For the remains to be called an immortal body, there's no doubt that this Grand Heavenly Venerable should have at least been a true immortal. Why did this true immortal die? Before his fall, why would he choose to leave his remains in the Xuanwang world? Was the birth of the fallen immortal realm related to this true immortal Grand Heavenly Venerable? Now, the Holy Emperor Avatar has already stood at the pinnacle of the Xuanwang world. Counting the factors of the Xuanwang world's own expansion over the years, the Holy Emperor's strength can be said to be only a sliver away from that of Mr. Bai back then. With a specific reference, Li Fan is now very certain that Mr. Bai himself couldn't have created that vast, illusory fallen immortal realm with his own power alone. However, during the era of the 10 immortal sects, the world didn't know of the fallen immortal realm's existence. So, what can be confirmed is that even if Mr. Bai didn't create it himself, this fallen immortal realm must have had a great relationship with him. Those several layers of illusory trials undoubtedly proved this point. Although Mr. Bai betrayed the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, he didn't break his word. The immortal artifacts and the immortal body were all returned to the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. Even his cultivation was returned to the Tao along with his death in the process of reversing the principles of immortality and mortality. Li Fan pondered to himself, but he didn't move, having no intention of searching everywhere for the Grand Heavenly Venerable's immortal body. Although the Grand Heavenly Venerable's immortal body could be called an supreme treasure, it wouldn't be of much use to Li Fan at the moment. Even if he could cross the high wall with the protection of the immortal body, Li Fan would never rashly leave without knowing anything about the outside world. Not to mention that Li Fan's current realm is still insufficient to utilize immortal spiritual energy. Just how to detonate the immortal artifact, use the power it unleashes to cross the high wall, and not injure himself is beyond Li Fan's comprehension. I still need to proceed step by step. Anyway, as long as it's in this Xuanwang world, or within the range of the Dark Star Sea, it will all be mine sooner or later. Li Fan has a very clear understanding of his own advantages. The Holy Emperor Avatar in this life already has enough capital to challenge the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Now, with many blessings, his strength has already surpassed mine. Let's see how he stirs up the wind and rain. This Xuanwang world is like a small pond. Only by completely stirring up the water will those old things hiding in every corner of the pond show themselves one by one. And I only need to stay here quietly and watch the changes in the world. However, the separated soul I left in the Sun family can be cultivated to become a future Grand Heavenly Venerable. His attention shifted in an instant. The separated soul now completely controls Wu Ninglu's body. But without letting her realize it. Silently influencing her every decision and action. The most important thing is to sacrifice her own cultivation to nourish the fetus in her womb. If it were the former Wu Ninglu, she would definitely not have done this. She only regarded this unborn child as a bargaining chip to control Sun Ang. But now that Li Fan has intervened, things are naturally different. Since the separated soul noticed the unusual nature of this fetus before, it has begun careful prenatal education. Having experienced the cultivation stage before birth on the heavenly destiny mysterious bird Little Black in the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan has considerable experience. With his personal guidance, this fetus absorbs the mother's cultivation essence, gradually making up for the innate deficiencies brought about by the previous seal. The physique is becoming stronger day by day, and the consciousness is slowly becoming stable. In a state of chaos, without knowing anything about anything, Li Fan's separated soul brought him into one carefully woven illusion after another. It is said that saints are born. But in fact, it is not impossible to create a saint after birth. The so-called judging by actions, not by intentions. No matter what you think in your heart, as long as you always have strict moral requirements and codes of conduct, even if you never break them until death. Then, in the eyes of outsiders, this is a true saint. Cultivating from the state where consciousness is still innate chaos is definitely much easier than postnatal education. What Li Fan is doing now is more like shaping the personality of a living being. He doesn't have any special experience, so he can only explore in practice. If this proves to be feasible, then not to mention saints, mass-producing gentlemen is definitely not a problem. Li Fan has already discovered that although the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao was once deceived by Mr. Bai, it is still people like Mr. Bai who are more likely to gain the trust of the Heavenly Tao. Just like the faceless Holy Emperor in this life. And the root cause of this probably goes back to Zan Tianwang Zan Yuanong, and even the first Xuanwang Grand Heavenly Venerable. Li Fan thought thoughtfully. Li Fan has already planned for the birth of the fetus in Wu Ninglu's body to coincide with the moment she devours the essence of heaven and earth and is promoted to harmony Tao. If the method is appropriate, perhaps the power of the laws of heaven and earth condensed in the mother's body can be directly transferred to the offspring through childbirth. Perhaps, it is even possible to give birth to the first cultivator in the Xuanwang world who is born in harmony Tao. With such an unusual phenomenon, who would dare to say that he is not a saint? As Li Fan thought this, he couldn't help but look forward to the future of this fetus. He even wrote the script for his destiny in advance. Such a genius will definitely be regarded as the future hope of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. And it is such a person who, when the Great Qi Holy Dynasty and the 10,000 Immortals Alliance went to war, resolutely chose to turn against them. He also firmly claimed that he was standing on the side of justice. The scene of everyone in the Xuanwang world forcing the transmission of the Tao will surely be very interesting. Images flashed through Li Fan's mind. Without the help of the transformation Tao Stone's deduction, he could already roughly predict the direction of this life. However, this is the most ideal state. Whether it is cultivating an innate saint, or whether the holy dynasty of Great Qi can really develop to the point where it has to force the transmission of the Tao, it will take a long time to develop slowly. Also in the Sun family, the divine sense hidden in the immeasurable mirror is much more leisurely than the separated soul. In addition to constantly trying to pry into the secrets of the heavenly profound mirror, most of his energy is spent trying to lure out the annihilation wind disaster in the mirror. Since Sun Luan surrendered to the Holy Emperor, he was fortunate enough to borrow more than 100 newly born, strong Nether clan people. At this moment, hidden in the Sun family's underground secret room, next to the family essence blood pool. These Nether clan people are treated even better than their compatriots in the Holy Dynasty. They even have 2 hours of rest time every day. Of course, this is not Li Fan's great kindness, but because the immeasurable mirror simply cannot withstand too frequent experiments and needs time to rest. I guessed right. This annihilation wind calamity does actively attack the power approaching immortality. At this time, the immeasurable mirror emits bursts of dim light, floating in the air. The mirror surface does not reflect the outside scene, but many scenes of civilization suffering destruction flash by quickly. A sense of vicissitudes and antiquity emerges from the mirror. The immeasurable mirror, which had just absorbed essence blood and recovered not long ago, once again became dilapidated. The invisible wind of black annihilation was drawn out from the immeasurable mirror, flying towards a golden square not far away. What constitutes this square is naturally pure source power. Although it cannot be compared with the source power essence of the Holy Emperor Avatar, it is enough to seduce this annihilation wind disaster. The annihilation wind disaster enters the range covered by source power, and its form changes in an instant. The power of transcending the mortal world disappears instantly, and the purity of the source power decreases, leading to a decrease in the energy level. Losing the tracking target, the annihilation wind disaster briefly stayed in place for a moment. It is about to continue to spread around. But the source power transformation has formed a large array, locking the power of the annihilation wind disaster inside. This large array Li Fan referred to the incomplete profound origin beginning spirit great array, using the array to simulate a relatively static space. There is nothing in the array, an absolute state of nothingness. It is very similar to the doomsday situation after everything has been destroyed. The annihilation wind disaster was indeed bewitched by it, the energy no longer rioted, but slowly hibernated. Also calmed down as the remaining wind disaster power in the immeasurable mirror. Senior's methods are truly miraculous. As long as I do this a few more times, the hidden dangers in my body can be completely eliminated. The immeasurable mirror spirit Sun Luyao said with joy. Li Fan ignored him, but carefully put away the small golden cube containing the annihilation wind disaster. He has already made more than 20 similar small cubes. Due to differences in the level of technical proficiency, the wind disaster power contained within them also varies. But without a doubt, if the balance of each golden cube were to be broken, it would unleash a terrifying calamity. Sun Luyao didn't mind Li Fan's silence and continued to talk about his own changes. Senior, I have a premonition that once this wind disaster is completely eliminated, my control over the boundless mirror will reach a new level. At that time, I might be able to sense the whereabouts of other boundless mirror fragments and completely restore this immortal artifact. Not bad, Li Fan nodded faintly, his attention still focused on those golden cubes. Having witnessed Li Fan's methods, Sun Luyao, eager to take credit, hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but say, Senior, when I am completely restored to an immortal artifact, I might even be able to synchronously sense the whereabouts of other immortal artifacts that may still exist within the Xuanwang world. Hearing Sun Luyao's words, Li Fan finally turned his head slightly. Oh, are you so sure? Sun Luyao's spirit lifted, and he quickly explained, similar existences like us can always sense each other to some extent. Especially my boundless mirror, which also has the ability to measure the heavens and investigate the earth. If there really are other immortal artifacts in the Xuanwang world, then after I recover, the probability of finding them is still very high. Li Fan smiled, I think you've been locked up for too long and can't help but want to go out and take a look. Sun Luyao smiled sheepishly, of course, that's also a reason. But my intention to help Senior find immortal artifacts is definitely not a lie. Li Fan glanced at him, let's talk about completely removing this wind disaster first. Li Fan's expression was a little serious, don't look at how weak it seems now, but there is still no sign of the root cause being completely reduced. After all, it is a power that transcends the mortal realm, so we must not be careless. Sun Luyao deeply agreed and couldn't help but nod. Great Qi of the Holy Dynasty. More than 10 days have passed since Li Ping completely devoured the Xuanwang Malice. Having obtained such a large amount of power, Li Ping, whose strength had skyrocketed, also needed some time to digest and adapt. He rarely rested. However, inside the great Qi of the Holy Dynasty, there was an unprecedented scene of prosperity. Now, the fortune of the great Qi of the Holy Dynasty is highly tied to the Holy Emperor Li Ping. Under normal circumstances, after practicing the Heavenly Emperor Qi scripture, the dynasty's fortune increases, driving the emperor's strength to advance. But at this moment in Great Qi, it was a very rare case of the Holy Emperor's strength breaking through, feeding back the Holy Dynasty's fortune. And when the Holy Dynasty's people's hearts and fortune were further strengthened, it finally ushered in a feedback to the Holy Emperor again. Therefore, in addition to the increase in strength brought about by devouring the Xuanwang Malice, Li Ping's Heavenly Emperor Qi scripture was also about to approach the point of transformation shortly after breaking through. It's just that this time, there was no record in the original classics about the road ahead. There was no way to go anymore. Similar to below true immortal, similar to the longevity realm, is already the limit of the Qi fortune flow. After all, wanting to purely rely on the dynasty's fortune to break the shackles and achieve true immortal, it's still too difficult, unless it is a great holy dynasty that can span the sea of stars. Li Ping shook his head slightly, suppressing this thought. The premise of the Dark Star Sea was there, even if the great Qi of the Holy Dynasty unified the Xuanwang world, it would not be enough to support him in breaking through to the true immortal realm. Since this road is already blocked, we must find another way. The Xuanwang Malice has been devoured by me. Next, if I want to become stronger. First is the treasure, the fishing pond. Secondly, the Holy Emperor sat upright on the Holy Emperor's throne, and the figures of Xuanwang world's native creations such as the Ruo wood and the stone tablet appeared in his mind. As a part of the Xuanwang world's laws, the heavenly Tao suffered a great disaster, but they are living well. The heavens and earth bestow, since they are useless to the heavens and earth, then the heavens and earth must take them back. A chilling aura surged from the faceless Holy Emperor. 1251, where the rainbow light disappears. Li Ping's mind surged with killing intent, but quickly, the aura emanating from his body vanished without a trace. As the great Qi Holy Emperor, he naturally had to maintain an impassive demeanor. Even if there were no outsiders present at this moment, it had to be so. To reclaim the power of the Zanhuang Heavenly Tao does not necessarily require their execution. If they willingly return the power, I am unwilling to create more karmic debt. But if... Li Ping's heart turned ice cold. Ruomu and the stone slab, although solitary entities, their combat power is absolutely equivalent to the eternal life realm of cultivators. To wage war against them, as a warm-up before the final battle with the Myriad Immortals Alliance, is also a good choice. A lion attacking a rabbit uses all its strength. I must not underestimate them. Ruamu is weaker, so I'll start with him first. I also need to avoid the stone slab's detection. A plan vaguely formed in the Holy Emperor's mind. The Earth Vein Ancient Tree, as one of the 3 branches of Ruamu's fall into the mortal realm, is bound to have a specific connection with the main body. Since being severely injured by cultivators, Ruamu has been acting erratically and withdrawn from the world. Perhaps I can use the Earth Vein Ancient Tree to first pinpoint Ruamu's true hiding place. And then weaken his power. With a thought, not long after, Wang Xuanba arrived in the Holy Emperor's seat. The Zanhuang evil intent was completely devoured by Li Ping, so he naturally no longer needed to stay on the summit of the sealed small world. After receiving the Holy Emperor's message not long ago, he had already returned to Holy Capital City. And the blessing from the heavens when Li Ping broke through, also enjoyed a bit, because of the clone body in the small world. At this moment, Wang Xuanba's realm has already reached the point where it is about to reach the peak of the nascent soul stage, and he is not far from the transformation god stage. However, Wang Xuanba's strength is more reflected in the abilities of various exotic beasts. The realm is actually not that important to him. Dao one insect, there is a variant that can erode spirit wood. Cultivate some first, I will have great use for them soon. Wang Xuanba nodded and accepted the order. Just as the Holy Emperor Li Ping was preparing to reveal his true strength for the first time to the Zanhuang realm. Far away at the other end of the Dark Star Sea, outside the Zan Xian boat, the Holy Embryo Li Fan was encountering a crisis. The source of the danger did not come from the remaining power of true immortals in the starry sky, nor from unknown cultivators, but from the sea of relics he was in. Just not long ago, this originally very stable ruin, for some unknown reason, actually vibrated slightly for no apparent reason. The tremor of the sea of relics was secondary, the main thing was that when this continuous ruin was no longer like a single entity, the suction from the high wall in the deeper part of the star sea became more and more obvious. In the eyes of the Holy Embryo Li Fan, the entire starry sky was like a sudden tide, sweeping countless relics gathered together and dragging them to the shore. The Zan Xian boat activated a special plan. Even if the immortal boat did not manifest, and was still hidden in the void, the Holy Embryo Li Fan could still clearly feel the movement of the immortal boat. It was not moving in a fixed direction, but constantly changing its position like a spinning compass. The suction from the high wall was removed. The Holy Embryo Li Fan initially thought about learning this method to resist the suction of the high wall. But it was not as easy as it seemed. The rotation of the immortal boat is not just based on itself as a node, but is vaguely connected to the entire sea of relics. Only by relying on this almost infinite number of relics can it barely escape. The Holy Embryo Li Fan only felt a force dragging his body. Even if he flew away in the opposite direction with his sword, he was still gradually falling into it. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the Zan Xian boat, and was about to be dragged into the depths of the sea of relics, the Holy Embryo Li Fan couldn't help but have the idea of breaking into the immortal boat for refuge. Even if it would usher in a fierce battle, it would be better than crashing head-on into that invisible high wall. Just as he was about to act, a 7-colored rainbow light suddenly lit up in the dark star sea from the direction where the Zanhuang realm and the immortal ruins were located, instantly attracting his attention. After a slight daze, he quickly reacted. That was the 16 Dao integration cultivators summoned by the Myriad Immortals Alliance in response to the transmitting Dharma. They're here so fast. The Holy Embryo Li Fan couldn't help but be taken aback. Even if there were factors such as the different time flow rates in various regions of the Star Sea, the arrival of this rainbow light was much earlier than Li Fan had expected. Wait, could it be that this sudden change in suction is to attract the rainbow light of the Myriad Immortals Alliance? Looking at the rainbow light galloping across the Star Sea, this thought couldn't help but appear in Li Fan's mind. After pondering for a moment, he gave up his futile struggle, and with the help of suction, he also flew towards the depths of the Star Sea. The speed of the rainbow light was extremely fast, but in the sea of relics full of ruins, it couldn't help but slow down. Li Fan protected himself with the sword formation and quietly followed behind. Originally, Li Fan thought that the scope of this sea of relics should be limited. But after following for about 3 days of the Zanhuang realm's time, and still not flying out of this continuous ruin, Li Fan finally had a rough understanding of the once prosperous cultivation world in the Dark Star Sea. The relics have no end in sight, and there is no distinction between east, west, north, and south. However, the Myriad Immortals Alliance rainbow light obviously had special guidance and always maintained a fixed direction. And the route taken seemed to be carefully calculated, avoiding all the dangerous areas in the ruins. Thanks to them, the holy embryo Li Fan also followed smoothly behind. Another 4 days passed. The dense broken relics in front suddenly became empty. Li Fan's spirit was shaken, knowing that he was about to fly out of the sea of relics. Without obstruction, the rainbow light gradually accelerated. Only half a day later, a scene appeared in front of Li Fan that he would never forget. A great wall stood in the dark void in front. At first, Li Fan thought this was the so-called high wall. But when he saw the details of the Great Wall, Li Fan suddenly understood. Those bricks that made up the endless city wall were clearly broken worlds one after another. Just like the ruins in this sea of relics, what lies ahead is the ruins of the world. Li Fan estimated in his heart that even if he swallowed many fragments of the cultivation world, and its scale far exceeded the Zanhuang realm in ancient times, in this remnant world Great Wall, it would only be equivalent to an insignificant section of it. Exactly, how many cultivation worlds perished in the ancient catastrophe? And what kind of great power has gathered them all here? High wall. Li Fan looked as far as he could, trying to find the high wall that he had only heard of but never seen. But in the darkness, apart from countless fragments of the world, he couldn't see any other abnormalities. After a brief moment of distraction, Li Fan found that he was still uncontrollably flying towards the remnant world ruins. And the speed was getting faster and faster. If I crash into it like this, even if I am the heavenly god sword body, I will die. Li Ping frowned secretly. But he quickly locked onto the Myriad Immortals Alliance rainbow light before him. For some reason, that rainbow light didn't mean to slow down at all. Instead, it took the initiative to accelerate again and gallop towards the front. After thinking for a moment, the holy embryo Li Fan decisively followed closely. Transmitting Dharma has spent so much effort to call these Tao integration cultivators here, it can't be that they will just let them die in vain. As if confirming Li Fan's guess, after going deep into the remnant world sea for a distance, the rainbow light actually ignored the suction of the high wall and suddenly turned a direction and flew into one of the world fragments. It was as if there was an attraction there that was even stronger than the star power reverberating from the high wall. A sense of unease flashed through the holy embryo Li Fan's mind for no reason. Transmitting Dharma Heavenly Venerable, after approaching the place where the rainbow light turned, he also felt that power. However, under the warning in his heart, the holy embryo Li Fan did not follow and fly over. Instead, he continued to fly deeper into the remnant world sea for a period of time. Due to the possible influence of the power of transmitting Dharma, Li Fan's speed was able to gradually slow down. Finally, he found a stable point and finally stabilized. However, Li Ping also knew that this stability was only temporary. As long as the power that resembled transmitting Dharma disappeared, he would uncontrollably rush towards the high wall again. Li Fan tried to fly into the broken world here to hide. But unfortunately, the corpses of these worlds obviously would not provide protection for cultivators like the Zanhuang realm. It seems that my life will not be long. Just as the holy embryo Li Fan was thinking this, not far away, the destination of the original Myriad Immortals Alliance rainbow light. The sudden disappearance of an aura made him suddenly shudder. Before he could react, the second and third Tao integration cultivator auras disappeared one after another. Tao integration cultivators, even if they are quickly made Tao integration cultivators, are ultimately the strongest under the eternal life realm. The existence that countless cultivators dream of. But at this moment, in this dark void, within the remnant world Great Wall. But even a little bit of struggle could not be made, and he died silently. What's going on? Did transmitting Dharma do it? After painstakingly calling them over, is it just to torture and kill them? While the holy embryo Li Fan was startled and suspicious, the speed at which the Tao integration cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance rainbow light disappeared did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, all 16 Tao integration cultivators died. If I die here, will I return to the heavens? The holy embryo Li Fan suddenly thought. Wait, return to the heavens. Li Fan suddenly thought of something, and quickly cheered up, sensing the place where the rainbow light disappeared. Although the life aura of the cultivators had disappeared, the power of the laws of heaven and earth still faintly existed there. But it was like an ice cube gradually melting into water, slowly weakening regularly. Li Fan's heart jolted, realizing what had just happened. Following that, the previously turbulent sea of fragmented worlds inexplicably stabilized once more. This further confirmed Li Fan's judgment. They're actually using the heavenly earth essence from the bodies of Tao harmonization cultivators to repair the fragmented world Great Wall. Li Fan was both shocked and enraged. Going to such lengths, just to rob Peter to pay Paul. Li Fan felt an immense sense of absurdity. But then, the complete stabilization of the fragmented world Great Wall, and the gradually weakening echoing star power of the High Wall. All of this forced him to believe it. Although in his heart, he desperately wanted to rush to where the rainbow light had vanished, to see what was going on. But the holy embryo Li Ping was ultimately not ready to face the transmission of law head-on. Especially since his holy embryo body was also formed from the sword law of the Xuanwang world. Rushing over rashly would likely result in the same fate as the 16 Tao harmonization cultivators, becoming materials to repair the fragmented world Great Wall. Although the holy embryo Li Fan wasn't afraid of death, dying like this was truly too frustrating. The great upheaval in the Xuanwang world originates from the echoing star power of the High Wall. Judging from the current scene, this echoing star power has vaguely reached some kind of delicate balance with the fragmented world Great Wall. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be able to spread to the Xuanwang world. So, is it because the balance of the fragmented world Great Wall was broken by external forces, that it caused the great upheaval in the star sea? Quote. This continuous ruin of worlds, existing since ancient times, can fall into an unbalanced state. The holy embryo Li Fan couldn't help but recall his previous actions in the Xuanwang world, raging within the abyss, destroying a fragmented world. Subsequently, a figure resembling the transmission of law appeared, using new fragments of the world to patch it up. Could it be that this action led to the series of changes that followed? Li Fan suddenly felt a sense of bitter helplessness. What is this? Robbing Peter to pay Paul, then robbing Paul to pay Peter. After some contemplation, Li Fan felt that the possibility of this being the case was very high. After all, judging from the current reality, it really seems like he has reversed this calamity. Quote. Li Fan fell silent. He carefully recalled and reviewed the details of the matter. There are still some strange things. Since the state of the fragmented world Great Wall can be so easily broken, then the transmission of law should have been extremely cautious when taking away the fragments of the world in the first place. Acting so carelessly, without considering the consequences, doesn't seem like the style of the transmission of law. Unless, the operating mechanism of this fragmented world Great Wall is too mysterious, and even the transmission of law only has a superficial understanding of it. Or perhaps, that node within the raging abyss is crucial to the restoration of the Xuanwang world. It cannot be lost, so even if it would lead to the imbalance of the fragmented world Great Wall, the transmission of law had no choice but to do so. The holy embryo Li Fan's thoughts raced. With the current conditions, it was impossible to judge which guess was correct. But now it could be confirmed that the heavenly lord of transmission of law was within this fragmented world Great Wall. Or perhaps, it was heavenly physician. The holy embryo Li Fan carefully concealed his aura once more, not acting rashly, but quietly hiding. Fortunately, the energy here was quite complex and chaotic. Although the echoing star power was suppressed by the fragmented world Great Wall, it was already rippling like waves, creating bursts of ripples in the void. This masked the last trace of fluctuation that Li Fan was revealing. He patiently waited for more than 10 days, until the warning signs in his heart completely disappeared. The holy embryo Li Fan then slowly flew towards where the rainbow light had vanished. He flew very slowly, the distance that could originally be reached in the blink of an eye, he took half a day to cover. After confirming that no one was behind him, Li Fan began to examine the small world he was in. It didn't seem to be any different from the other fragments of the world here. But for some reason, Li Fan felt a sense of familiarity with this place. What exactly is it? After a while, Li Fan woke up. Kangyan Sea, 1252. Maobao changes twice. A part of the former Kangyan Sea, or perhaps, a fragment of the heavenly law realm with a very similar aura. Li Fan once built his foundation using the Sea Pearl, his consciousness merging with the Kangyan Sea. In this life, the sacred emperor's clone even directly devoured the remaining consciousness of the Kangyan Sea, so it's fair to say Li Fan is extremely familiar with the Kangyan region. Therefore, even though this world fragment had long been barren and silent for a long time, Li Fan only stood there for a moment before still feeling that trace of familiarity from it. Li Fan suddenly understood in his heart, perhaps Xuanfa's intervention to repair it is also because this is his homeland. Strolling through the ruins of the heavenly law realm, although thousands of years had passed, one could still clearly see the terrifying marks left when the world was destroyed. There were no complete buildings to be found on the surface, only scattered remnants of walls and broken bricks. Occasionally, cultivator skeletons could be seen among the ruins, and from their postures, it seemed they didn't die in combat with others. It seems the catastrophe happened very suddenly, leaving no time to even struggle. Although he had destroyed the Xuanwang realm using various methods, each time the Xuanwang realm was destroyed, Li Fan had already returned to the Jili mountain peak. He hadn't witnessed a world's extinction with his own eyes many times. A sense of oppression inexplicably surged into the sacred embryo Li Fan's heart. It wasn't that his state of mind was shaken, but a spontaneous physical reaction that living beings would have in such an environment. This world fragment wasn't very large, and Li Fan quickly searched it once. He didn't find any valuable clues. However, this remnant realm is relatively well preserved. Currently, Xuanfa is only hesitant to act due because of the balanced state of the remnant realm Great Wall. I imagine he will still take it away eventually. This place is not suitable for staying long. Li Fan was very decisive and quietly transformed into a streak of light, leaving the place. After thinking for a moment, he didn't return directly outside the mysterious immortal boat, but instead chose to seclude himself within this remnant realm Great Wall. Firstly, because one of his consciousnesses was already lurking inside the mysterious immortal boat, residing in and manipulating Zhao Xian. Under the current circumstances, he didn't need to act. Secondly, because the upper limit of the laws here is a bit higher. Is it because it's closer to the high wall? Or because of the remnants of the Thousand Realms? Ignoring environmental factors, it's really a good place for comprehending the Tao and cultivating. The sacred embryo Li Fan, having achieved his Tao foundation and cave heaven through the Xuanwang sword Tao, was exceptionally sensitive to the perception of laws. If the still intact Xuanwang realm was a low point in the upper limit of laws in the pitch-black Star Sea, then here, the remnant realm Great Wall, was the highest peak in the upper limit of laws in the entire Star Sea. Even affected by the echoing star power, the rhythm of the laws was difficult to capture. They were also incomplete and very chaotic. But if one could grasp the fleeting opportunity to comprehend them, perhaps a single moment of enlightenment would surpass 100 years of ordinary arduous cultivation. The supreme principles of the mortal realm were brutally torn into pieces by the power of true immortal seal script from the immortal realm. They are scattered throughout the Star Sea. Later survivors like me, on the contrary, find it easier to feel and comprehend. Under normal circumstances, the sacred embryo Li Fan's mind instantly recalled the fragmented light and shadow he occasionally saw through the blood-colored Long River in his 119th life, depicting the ancient times of the Xuanwang realm when it interacted with other cultivation realms. At that time, the myriad realms still existed, and everything was in order. Cultivators, let alone comprehending these pitch-black principles, found it extremely difficult even to come into contact with them. Anyone who had such an opportunity by chance was likely to have hope for the immortal path. The sacred embryo Li Fan's thoughts flowed slowly, countless insights and comprehensions surging into his mind simultaneously. Worried that the sword light would attract Xuanfa and Tianyi who might exist within the remnant realm Great Wall, even with countless inspirations, Li Fan did not actually unleash a strike. He only simulated it in his mind. Even just doing this still filled him with joy. At the same time, a thought couldn't help but surface. Staying here year-round, it seems Xuanfa and Tianyi's cultivation must have reached the peak of the mortal realm. He had already suspected this during his journey through the Star Sea before. Now, he was absolutely certain of this speculation. Li Fan had no doubts about Xuanfa and Tianyi's talent. Their ability to comprehend the supreme laws of the Star Sea was definitely no lower than that of the sacred embryo, perhaps even higher. But compared to before, the slight apprehension in Li Fan's heart had disappeared. They have indeed reached the upper limit of the pitch-black Star Sea, but that's all. The path to immortality is severed, becoming an immortal is hopeless. A faint light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The reason why the world felt that heavenly venerate Xuanfa was invincible was because they were unclear about his cultivation realm. Because of the unknown, there was fear and confusion. Although Li Fan had a vague guess before, below true immortal, at the peak of the mortal realm. But what the difference was between this peak realm and the longevity realm, Li Fan couldn't specifically quantify or perceive. However, now, at the foot of the high wall, personally experiencing the existence of the upper limit of power in this pitch-black Star Sea, Li Fan's doubts were completely dispelled. With a target, it was even easier to catch up. Li Fan was also very fortunate in his heart. The reason why Xuanfa and Tianyi had remained at this realm for thousands of years was because the upper limit of the star sea was just like this. It was equivalent to their cultivation progress having been stagnant for a long time, indirectly giving Li Fan time to catch up. Furthermore, with the true immortals from the immortal ruins present, even if they found a way to break through the mortal realm, for the safety of the Xuanwang realm, they would have to weigh the consequences. In the race between the tortoise and the hare, the tortoise is the winner. The sacred embryo Li Fan cast aside distracting thoughts and focused on sensing the supreme laws of the star sea drifting here. Xuanwang realm. After a period of cultivation, Wang Xuanba had successfully bred a sufficient number of the Daoyi worms specified by the sacred emperor. Heaven and earth spiritual woods all have their own functions. My little worms have another wonderful use. After they consume them, the spiritual trees don't directly die. Instead, they gradually transform into insectified spiritual woods. The original consciousness can freely choose whether to remain or not, and can even merge other consciousness sources into the Daoyi worm swarm, achieving a clone-like existence, Wang Xuanba boasted to Yang Tian with some self-satisfaction. Sigh, I still feel that the way of exotic beasts is ever-changing and more interesting. This array formation is truly boring, a hint of envy flashed in Yang Tian's eyes. Wang Xuanba smiled, a little gloating. Who told you, kid, to be so ambitious, wanting to learn everything you see, and displeasing master? Yes, before my array formation skills reach master's requirements, I can't be half-hearted. Sigh, it's a long way off, Yang Tian sighed. Oh right, master also said before that he wants me to be bait in the future to lure out a hidden expert in the Xuanwang realm. That person's strength isn't weak, and if my array formation skills aren't proficient, I might even be in danger. I wonder if it's true or false, Yang Tian said somewhat nonchalantly. Wang Xuanba's expression changed upon hearing this. Junior brother, don't speak carelessly. Since master said so, it must be true. You've also seen Elder Shu Ke before. The hidden experts in the Xuanwang realm are truly not to be underestimated. Junior brother, you must take this seriously. Yang Tian nodded in agreement on the surface, but still felt somewhat dismissive in his heart. He had seen that Shu Ke as well, but he was just a decaying old man on his last legs. Although his strength was much greater than Yang Tian's, with the seven-colored jade void flowing light on him, if he wanted to escape, Shu Ke couldn't stop him. I want to see how strong the expert master mentioned really is. Under the sacred emperor's seat, in the sacred dynasty's treasury. Glancing slightly towards the location of Yang Tian and Wang Xuanba, Li Ping shook his head. He naturally sensed Yang Tian's thoughts faintly. Young and arrogant, and having many divine artifacts with him, it was understandable. However, if he doesn't diligently study array formations and relies solely on the seven-colored divine light, escaping from Shibai's hands will be a bit difficult. Smiling inwardly, Li Ping had no intention of reminding him again. It's good to let him suffer a little setback. Shibai won't rashly go for the kill. As long as Shibai shows up, Li Ping will naturally take action against him. After retrieving Shibai and then dealing with Ruimu, Li Ping put this matter aside for now and gently stroked the orange-yellow kitten lying on his shoulder. Compared to before, Mao Bao's size had increased by a circle. Its fur had also gone from sparse to dense, subtly becoming smoother. What concerned the sacred emperor even more was Mao Bao's second transformation. Previously, Mao Bao could transform into a small square box, and the box would emit light to copy whatever it enveloped. It's currently unclear where its limit lies. At least, copying a realm artifact refined from the power of a realm is completely fine for Mao Bao, at most causing a bit of excessive consumption. And not long ago, when Wang Xuanba brought the spirit wood-devouring Daoyi worms to report to the sacred emperor, Li Ping felt Mao Bao actively conveying its thoughts for the first time. After Wang Xuanba left, Li Ping began his experiment. He placed a swarm of tens of thousands of Daoyi worms in front of Mao Bao. Mao Bao looked a bit fearful at first, watching from a distance. But its eyes also revealed longing. Taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back, Mao Bao slowly approached the Daoyi worm swarm. Regarding Mao Bao's approach, the Daoyi worms, which were usually very sensitive to external anomalies, showed no reaction at all. Finally arriving before the swarm, a faint blue light appeared on Mao Bao's body, and then, under Li Ping's gaze, it transformed into a blue ball of light. It enveloped the Daoyi worms. The worm swarm within the blue ball of light seemed to be instantly frozen, falling into stillness. And on the surface of the light ball, various views of the Dao Yi worms, body structures flashed from time to time. Li Ping's expression couldn't help but turn serious. The light ball didn't last long, it seemed this form consumed an extreme amount of energy. Before long, Mao Bao transformed back into its kitten form and returned to Li Fan's side. It lazily lay down on Li Ping's shoulder. Meanwhile, the Dao Yi worms that were previously still regained their movement. However, from beginning to end, they were completely unaware of what had happened to them. It's not that the Dao Yi worms' intelligence is too low, I'm afraid even if they were cultivators within the Xuanwang realm, the result wouldn't be much better. This blue light from Mao Bao. It was a kind of power Li Ping had never seen before, mysterious and profound. With a thought, he patted Mao Bao. Although the little orange cat was a bit unwilling, seeing that Li Ping had been feeding it golden source essence for a long time, it still perked up. Blue light enveloped its body, shattering in an instant. Moments later, Mao Bao surprisingly turned into a swarm of Dao Yi worms. They were completely identical to the ones not far away, previously enveloped by the blue ball of light. The entire transformation process happened right before Li Ping's eyes, but he couldn't find any difference between the two. It's not a transformation technique, but a complete change in life form. That's why no distinction can be perceived. Even though he prided himself as the mandated sacred emperor, the Xuanwang transcendent, at this moment, Li Ping couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation of awe at this truly miraculous technique. Moreover, the transformation isn't just limited to copying the original body. It can also evolve completely according to the characteristics of the copied entity. As if enlightened, a point of golden light appeared on Li Ping's fingertip. Mao Bao understood Li Ping's intention. The Dao Yi worm swarm suddenly expanded. In a visibly noticeable change, they went from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, the number of worms instantly multiplying tenfold. The Dao Yi worm swarm that Mao Bao transformed into returned to Li Ping's side as if seeking praise. After receiving permission, amidst the shattering blue light, it transformed back into the orange cat's appearance. It happily swallowed the source essence. This is actually also a form of copying. However, it copies life forms and can also achieve Mao Bao's own transformation. This kind of technique, Li Ping fell silent. In his memory, perhaps only treasures from the immortal realm could achieve this. But on Mao Bao's body, not a trace of immortal spiritual energy could be felt. Beyond the high wall, a truth that had to be acknowledged was already clearly revealed. I just don't know what level of treasure this Mao Bao from beyond the high wall is. Li Ping's heart was resolute and wasn't shaken by the potential disparity between inside and outside the high wall. Item copying, life form simulation. I wonder if Mao Bao has any other functions. He wanted to find the answer from the little orange cat, but Mao Bao itself didn't know much about its own abilities. It only automatically learned when certain conditions were met. Moreover, it's not just any life form that Mao Bao is willing to copy or simulate. I've tried some ordinary exotic beasts, and it showed no reaction at all. Only peculiar existences like the Dao Yi worms will pique its interest. Li Ping gently stroked this supreme treasure from beyond the high wall again, various ways of using it flashing through his mind. Although this Mao Bao has no offensive capabilities, its value is far higher than simple destructive treasures. As if sensing Li Ping's thoughts, the little orange cat let out a proud meow. 7 days later, Wang Xuanba arrived in the Xuanwang realm carrying a wooden box. Standing on the ground, Wang Xuanba closed his eyes, sensing the power of the earth veins flowing deep underground. Here's a little appetizer for you. The main course is yet to come. A smile appeared on Wang Xuanba's face. He transformed into a black shadow and drilled into the ground. In an instant, he had already reached an extremely deep part of the underground. The surging power of the earth veins formed a barrier, preventing him from getting close. He even subtly sensed a wisp of consciousness sweeping over. Wang Xuanba sneered inwardly and broke the wooden box. A mass of shadow immediately flew towards the yellow earth veins. The protective layer was easily devoured, like paper paste. 1253. Heavenly Tao is the nourishment. Originally intended as a force to protect the earth's veins, it was instead transformed into nourishing sustenance after being devoured by the Tao One worm. Initially, it was just a fist-sized ball of black shadow, but in an instant, it dissolved like thick ink in water, gradually dyeing the surging river of earth's veins black. What's even more bizarre is that the black torrent, after being eroded by the Tao One worm, was no different from the previous yellow earth's veins in terms of aura and energy fluctuations. Simple perception couldn't detect this change at all. However, Wang Xuanba, who had his own clone within the Dao One worm swarm, could clearly feel the terrifying growth and expansion speed of the swarm. Following the Earth's veins, it fiercely spread from Yueyang Prefecture as the center towards various parts of the Xuanwang realm. In addition to horizontal expansion, the Dao One worm also continuously eroded downwards along the dense roots of the inverted trees in the vertical space. The wonders of creation are truly remarkable. If it weren't for Master's guidance, I'm afraid I would never have imagined that there was such a large tree hidden beneath this Xuanwang realm, Wang Xuanba sighed inwardly. Through the images transmitted by the Dao One worm's body, Wang Xuanba saw that those originally dense but static roots gradually seemed to come alive and swayed slightly as they were blackened. A vast consciousness swept back and forth through those blackened parts, filled with more surprise and uncertainty than before. Wang Xuanba knew that this should be the consciousness of the Earth Vein ancient tree. But it was destined to be in vain. Before these mutated Dao One worms merely resided and had not yet launched a complete insectification, the Earth Vein ancient tree simply could not detect the fact that its body was being infected. Clearly knowing that there is a problem with one's body, but just unable to find the cause. As the condition worsens, the fear and despair in the heart accumulate more and more. The so-called attacking the heart is the best strategy. Master's plan is truly a good method, Wang Xuanba revealed a sneer, feeling that it was about time, and immediately issued an order in his heart. The surging dark shadow tide that was rapidly expanding suddenly stopped. The Dao One worm swarm all fell into dormancy, lurking in the body of the Earth Vein ancient tree. The yellow power of the Earth's veins continued to wash over, as if suppressing the shadow. However, the black did not disappear, but remained deposited at the bottom of the yellow. From a macroscopic perspective, it was as if there were more dim spots in the Xuanwang Earth veins. Master said that the Earth's veins ultimately involve and affect the myriad beings on the ground, and even a slight change is enough to cause landslides and ground fissures. If not handled properly, it may even provoke the hostility of the Xuanwang Heavenly Dao. Wang Xuanba seemed to have vaguely sensed the anomaly of the will of heaven and earth just now. However, as the Dao One worm swarm hibernated, this anomaly quickly disappeared again. Interesting, Wang Xuanba narrowed his eyes and sensed it in place for a moment. Then, without stopping, he rushed to the next Earth Vein node. He wanted to plant 16 such black spots in the body of the Xuanwang Earth Vein ancient tree. The plan went very smoothly. Except for the last few times, the increasingly uneasy ancient tree spontaneously triggered a violent surge of Earth's veins, causing him some minor injuries. The remaining worm swarm shadows were all arranged perfectly. Even if the Earth Vein ancient tree struggled with some awareness, it was fundamentally futile. Instead, the speed at which the Dao One worm swarm spread in the Earth's veins skyrocketed, and the shadow spots were significantly larger than in other places. Half a month later, Wang Xuanba, having successfully completed his mission, returned to Holy Capital City. In the Holy Emperor's seat, Li Ping's disciples were already waiting in advance. Wang Xuanba was somewhat surprised. These fellow disciples all cultivated according to Master's teachings and rarely had the opportunity to meet. Some Wang Xuanba had never even met, only heard that Master had taken such a disciple. Unexpectedly, they were all gathered together today. It seems that Master is finally about to make a big move. Wang Xuanba immediately became somewhat excited. Striding to the front of the Holy Emperor, Wang Xuanba knelt on one knee and reported the progress of the mission. The faceless Holy Emperor waved his hand lightly and helped Wang Xuanba up. Well done. Wang Xuanba, who rarely heard the Holy Emperor praise him, couldn't help but raise his head. With 16 Dao One worm swarms nailed down, the Earth Vein ancient tree is already doomed. Who among you will take my place and subdue this tree? Li Ping then asked indifferently. The 6 people in the hall all said loudly in unison, this disciple is willing to share Master's worries. Li Ping looked at these disciples, all of whom spoke from the heart, and nodded with satisfaction. The 6 disciples were 3 men and 3 women. They were Sun Erlang, Su Yuqing, Wang Xuanba, Lin Ling, O Shengtian, and the Taoist boy, Lu Li. The first 5 had been taken as disciples by Li Ping and carefully trained for some time. But the Taoist boy, Lu Li, was a temporary decision made by Li Ping after discovering the magical nature of cat treasure. However, Li Ping himself did not have any malicious intentions, but planned to nurture her in the future, using the special connection between Lu Li and the fishing pond, in order to obtain more treasures from the fishing pond. Li Ping's thoughts were sincere, and he directly confessed. The Taoist boy, Lu Li, was also very sensitive to the perception of people's hearts. After realizing Li Ping's sincere thoughts, she slowly accepted and became accustomed to the existence of this master. Moreover, Zhang Shentong kept nagging, telling her that she must listen to the Holy Emperor's orders. In addition, Baihua Daorin occasionally gave Luli small lessons, causing this little Taoist boy's progress to be the fastest among the disciples. In passing, Zhang Shentong, since coming to the Holy Dynasty Daki, he had completely lived the life of lying flat that he loved the most. The constantly rising concentration of spiritual energy in the Holy Dynasty allowed him to live a carefree life for decades even without breaking through his current realm, so he simply completely gave up cultivation. With the Holy Emperor's special permission, he waved his fishing rod beautifully in the fishing pond every day, truly living a life that envied others. Returning the perspective to the Holy Emperor's seat, facing the Holy Emperor's mission, the disciples were all eager to try. But Li Ping actually had a decision in his heart. Lin Ling, you should go with Xuanba. If that ancient tree knows what's good for it, then so be it, but if it's stubborn. Li Ping smiled. You can replace it. The spirit wood incarnation of the spirit wood realm, since being awakened by Li Ping in this life, had been conquering other small worlds for the Holy Dynasty Daki. The unconcealed, substantive killing intent on her body made Lin Ling the most awe-inspiring existence among Li Ping's 6 disciples. Since Li Ping gave the task to her, the others had no objection. The faceless Holy Emperor passed a treasure in the shape of a wheel to Lin Ling in the air. With this wheel, you can freely manipulate the Dao One worm. With the worm entering the vital organs, the earth-vein ancient tree should have no room for resistance. But also beware of it desperately resisting. After briefly explaining a few words, Li Ping watched Lin Ling and Wang Xuanba leave the Holy Emperor's seat. The hall became quiet for a while. Shengtian still mustered up the courage to ask, Master, that thing you said you would give me before. Li Ping smiled slightly. Soon. You should also be prepared. The remaining 3 disciples also cast their gazes. Sun Erlang, as Li Ping's eldest disciple, had long been helping to manage the affairs of the Holy Dynasty. He knew that his master had been planning for a long time, and now that he suddenly launched an attack, it was impossible that it was just this one thing. Erlang, disciple is here. You go to the 5 Elders Association for Master. Sun Erlang was immediately stunned. He had anticipated many possible conquests next, but he had never expected that Master would send him to the 5 Elders Association. This name was very unfamiliar to most people in the Holy Dynasty. Sun Erlang had only learned some about it from Yishu before. Help Master ask if they know about the Eastern Pole Heavenly Venerates affairs back then. Li Ping transmitted an image into Sun Erlang's mind. Eastern Pole, Sun Erlang had never heard of this name before. But being named Heavenly Venerate, his strength should undoubtedly be the longevity realm. Therefore, when Sun Erlang saw the image in his mind clearly, even with his 2 lifetimes of perseverance, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Li Ping didn't care about Sun Erlang's reaction, accepting the instructions. The 5 Elders Association is different from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The power of the Heavenly Venerates covers the entire territory, dividing and governing it. When you go this time, go to the territory of the true Heavenly Venerate. As for the other Heavenly Venerates, don't provoke them. Sun Erlang firmly kept Master's instructions in his heart. Like Lin Ling, Sun Erlang also received a rewarded treasure before leaving. You have the Stone of Transformation in your body, which is already the greatest magic weapon. Relying on other external objects would be a detour, Li Ping said, slowly passing a bright and crystalline stone to Sun Erlang. In his sea of consciousness, the Stone of Transformation suddenly burst out with an unprecedented blue light, and then a greedy and restless intention surged like a flood. The desire from the soul made Sun Erlang unable and unwilling to suppress it. Another Stone of Transformation, and it's of better quality than the one in my sea of consciousness. At least a middle grade or higher, Sun Erlang was pleasantly surprised. Having accompanied Tian Sect's Yishu in the Holy Dynasty for a long time, Sun Erlang naturally understood the preciousness of the Stone of Transformation in this world. There were not many left in the world, and they were basically all occupied by other monks with deep blessings, and outsiders couldn't find them even if they wanted to. But now, Master was actually able to take out a middle grade one and give it to him. Sun Erlang thanked Master for his grace on the spot. The joy in his heart directly diluted the fear that had just arisen from the current situation of the Eastern Pole Heavenly Venerate. You will slowly absorb it, and the sublimation of the Stone of Transformation will drive the comprehensive improvement of your abilities. Of course, if you want to maximize the potential of the stone of transformation, you may need to match it with other strange objects. Li Ping's majestic voice echoed in the hall. The foundation of the Five Elders Association is the 10 immortal sects of the past. The name is dead but the reality exists, and there are countless treasure houses inside. When you go this time, you may invite Tian Sect's Yishu to accompany you. I respectfully obey Master's orders. Sun Erlang nodded and strode away. Among the disciples, Li Ping held the most special affection for Sun Erlang. This appointment, aside from genuinely wanting to use him to exert influence, also stemmed from Li Ping's faint sense of Sun Erlang's opportunity. This premonition was very mysterious, not derived from deduction based on known and sufficient information, but more like the inspiration that cultivators experience before a breakthrough. The Taoist child, Luli, seeing that all the senior brothers and sisters had received treasures, couldn't help but be filled with anticipation, her big eyes fixed on Li Ping. Su Yuqing, on the other hand, had the most indifferent reaction among everyone, perhaps because the child in her womb was yet to be born. Su Yuqing's mind wandered back to what her master had told her before. The fetus in your womb is actually the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of this small world. This realm is facing destruction, hence it borrows your body to seek a glimmer of hope. However, even if you have the heavenly Tao of a small world within you, you are still immortal with a frail body. Even if you are lucky enough to successfully give birth to this child, it will be difficult for her to grow up, and you will surely die. Unless you cultivate with me. From that day on, Su Yuqing followed him to this great chi of the holy dynasty. As her cultivation level grew higher and higher, the weakness of her original body gradually disappeared, and the fetus in her womb slept more peacefully. However, her master had said that the stronger she was during childbirth, the greater her daughter's future achievements would be. Maternal instinct drove Su Yuqing's pursuit of cultivation to be the strongest among the 6 disciples. However, she didn't have any particularly deep obsession with making contributions through battle. Li Ping's mind locked onto the 2 people in the hall who had not yet been specifically assigned, and he remained silent for a long time. This made the Taoist child, Luli, sense something, and she panicked, immediately lowering her head and withdrawing her expectant gaze. The 2 of you have compatible personalities. Being together will be mutually beneficial. Moreover, due to your special constitutions, you should not be exposed to too much killing aura. I have recently opened up a special small world. The 2 of you can come inside and help. Upon hearing this, the Taoist child, Luli, immediately wore a bitter face. Perhaps because she was raised by Zhang Shentong, her temperament was extremely similar to Zhang Shentong's. If there was no external force to force her, she would be quite lazy. Since Li Ping had accepted her as a disciple, he naturally had to correct this bad habit. After O Shengtian left, Luli and Su Yuqing followed Li Ping to the newly opened small world. Master, it's too dark here. Luli is a little scared, Luli said, deliberately slurring her words and acting pitiful. This was not Luli deliberately trying to gain sympathy, but because this world was indeed different from ordinary small worlds, without a trace of light. This was because this special world was jointly created by Li Ping, Tian Yang, and Shu Ke specifically for the Yu race. Yuqing, besides the darkness, have you sensed anything else different here? Ignoring Luli's pitiful act, Li Ping slowly asked. The absolute darkness and silence caused the activity of the fetus in Su Yuqing's womb to decrease, as if hypnotized, gradually falling into a deep sleep. Su Yuqing sensed the emotions transmitted by her daughter and frowned after a while, answering, the heavenly Tao of this small world is incomplete. Or rather, it simply doesn't exist. It's just a large empty space. In this disciple's opinion, this is not enough to be called a world. Su Yuqing was indeed extraordinarily talented, sensing the abnormality here in just a moment. Li Ping smiled. You're only half right. Initially, there was indeed a heavenly Tao consciousness in this place. Although it was very weak, it did exist. Su Yuqing was stunned upon hearing this and was about to ask where the heavenly Tao of this world had gone. But then she saw a golden cube suddenly appear in front of her. The dazzling light illuminated the entire dark small world. Sensing the somewhat familiar aura within the cube, Su Yuqing suddenly felt a sense of uncontrollable fear. The fetus in her womb was even awakened by the fright, stirring restlessly. Because sealed within this golden cube was the heavenly Tao consciousness that was essentially the same as her. They all have gifts, so naturally you won't be without one. Li Ping naturally sensed Su Yuqing's fear. This place needs to be under my absolute control, and there is no need for the existence of a heavenly Tao consciousness, so I have stripped it away and sealed it. Now, I'm giving it to you, Li Ping said indifferently. 1254. Draw the sword towards Ruo Mu. The golden cube shone brilliantly, and Li Ping's voice echoed for a long time in this absolutely dark little world. As the instinctive fear dissipated, an irrepressible and extreme desire for the sealed object within the golden cube arose in Su Yuqing's heart. Even the fetus in her womb felt the same. You and the nascent heavenly Tao of this small world can, in a sense, be considered of the same kind. If you slowly refine and absorb it using the method taught by your master, it might be equivalent to hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. As Li Ping's voice resounded again, a mysterious and wondrous method also emerged in Su Yuqing's mind. It resembled a secret technique, or perhaps an array formation. Or perhaps it was both. It was incredibly profound, and even with Su Yuqing's comprehension, understanding it was somewhat difficult. This world is of great significance to your master and even the entire Great Qi dynasty. After you devour and refine the consciousness of this world's heavenly Tao, you can replace it and possess supreme authority within this small world. Only with you watching over this place can your master be at ease. Only when Li Ping said this did Su Yuqing suddenly understand. Although it was a difficult task, Su Yuqing was inherently a person of tranquility and had few worldly desires. Moreover, cultivating here as the heavenly Tao was probably the fastest way for her to cultivate, and it would also be of great benefit to her daughter. I respectfully obey your orders. Su Yuqing took a deep breath. Master, I don't want to stay here. It's so dark here. The Taoist child, Luli, shook her head frantically. Li Ping obviously wouldn't indulge her. Tapping Luli's head with his finger, Li Ping said in a deep voice, light and darkness are two sides of the same coin. Without darkness, the existence of light would lose its meaning. The opposite is also true. As a Luli wisdom fruit, cultivation is an easy task for you. But this is also your fatal flaw. Luli seemed to understand, but not quite, and listened with wide eyes. Her intuition told her that her somewhat terrifying master was not lying. Your progress is fast, but compared to human cultivators, your upper limit is naturally limited. If you want to break through the limit, one is to understand the principle of Luli and the other is to understand the principle of wisdom. And you can gain something from both of these here. You are the youngest of your master's disciples, so naturally, your gift will not be lacking. Another source of light appeared in Li Ping's hand. It was not a seal like the previous golden cube, but a pure aggregation of energy. The Taoist child, Luli, licked her lips subconsciously, feeling hungry the moment she saw the ball of light. Reaching out to try to grab it, the ball of light was illusory and did not enter her palm. Luli was extremely annoyed and waved her hands continuously, but all in vain. With the ultimate delicacy in front of her, but only able to see it and not eat it, Luli almost burst into tears of grievance on the spot. Master, Luli looked up at Li Ping with pleading eyes. Li Ping smiled. There are 2 layers of restrictions attached to this Yuan power essence by your master. Only when you have any breakthrough in wisdom or Luli will the restrictions be lifted. And when you break through the limit, this energy will also help you completely stabilize your new transformed form. The Taoist child, Luli, stared intently at the Yuan power essence light ball and nodded vigorously. Heavenly Tao is ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. When you control this world, you should follow the principle of nature. When you are high above, it is best not to personally intervene in the various events that occur among mortal lives unless absolutely necessary. Li Ping's voice lingered for a long time, and his figure had already suddenly shattered and disappeared from this world. Su Yuqing recalled her master's usual performance in front of the citizens of the Great Qi dynasty and couldn't help but be thoughtful. Nether clan people. Su Yuqing checked the various information that her master had transmitted to her mind. The Taoist child, Luli, kept looking around, eager to find where the path to breaking through the limit that her master had mentioned was. Xuanwang world. Wang Xuanba had now returned to the underground of Yueyang Prefecture. Lin Ling was with him. Lin Ling was playing with the wheel of fortune given by Li Ping, and seemed somewhat absent-minded about the task of subduing the earth-vein ancient tree this time. Senior sister, can we start now? Wang Xuanba was a little afraid of this stern senior sister and asked cautiously. Not in a hurry, wait a little longer. Lin Ling shook her head. Wait for what? Wang Xuanba was somewhat stunned. In his feeling, many of the 16 groups of Zerg swarms lurking had already awakened from their seals and were ready to move. Master said, give it a chance. If it is stubborn, it will not be too late to take action. Lin Ling frowned and still explained patiently. Then listen to senior sister, Wang Xuanba said with a smile. The two stood quietly in the earth vein for half a day. Suddenly, Wang Xuanba felt the huge consciousness belonging to the earth vein ancient tree sweep past him again. However, unlike before, this time the earth vein ancient tree did not directly ignore them, but lingered for a long time. Wang Xuanba saw Lin Ling put away the wheel of fortune in her hand, and her expression became serious. It seemed that she was talking to someone. Wang Xuanba did not disturb the conversation between the two, but in fact, the strings in his heart were already tight. As long as Lin Ling conveyed a thought, he would cooperate and mobilize all the Dao One Zerg swarms. Lin Ling initially seemed to be just chatting normally with the earth vein ancient tree. Even a little smile appeared on her face from time to time. But without any warning, Lin Ling's expression suddenly changed. She scolded coldly. I thought you were of the same race as me, so I opened my heart to communicate with you just now. But why do you make such wild remarks and persuade me to rebel? How can your master's methods be speculated by a small, decaying ancient tree like you? Wang Xuanba received Lin Ling's voice transmission and also sneered. Then he awakened the sleeping Zerg swarms under Yueyang Prefecture. The black shadow was like a flood after a dam broke, unstoppable and rushing thousands of miles. Visibly to the naked eye, the surrounding yellow earth vein torrent was instantly dyed black. A sharp explosion faintly came from underground, but it was drowned in the surging Zerg swarm army. How does it feel to lose a tentacle? Lin Ling's eyes revealed murderous intent. It is also easy for me to break thousands of your tentacles. Wang Xuanba understood and cooperated to awaken the remaining 15 groups of Zerg swarms, but still controlled them as a deterrent. The entire Xuanwang earth trembled imperceptibly. That was the overall loss of control of the earth vein torrent caused by the earth vein ancient tree's fear. A hunched old man's phantom appeared in front of Wang Xuanba and the two. He looked at Lin Ling with horror on his face. At the same time, his tone was also filled with some anger, questioning, I was originally sincere and well-intentioned, why did you harm me? Wang Xuanba looked at the somewhat wretched little old man in front of him, and it was difficult to associate him with the legendary ancient tree that controlled the earth veins of the Xuanwang world. Facing the earth vein ancient tree's accusation, Lin Ling just sneered, good intentions. I have followed my master for only a few years, and I have not only successfully transformed from an ignorant and unconscious weak consciousness, but also possessed the extraordinary cultivation I have now. How long have you been cultivating? I want to kill you, it's just a thought away. Lin Ling locked onto the earth vein ancient tree with cold eyes, and the wheel of fortune suddenly appeared behind her, spinning non-stop. The Zerg swarms in the earth vein seemed to sense something and responded in unison with riots. Even if they did not collectively escape from the seal, the 15 shadows suddenly became a circle larger. Let's talk it out, the hunched old man panicked. Lin Ling ignored him and continued to press on aggressively, your mother tree is not my mother tree. Your so-called turning away from darkness and towards the light, in my opinion, is destroying my path. Those who block my path shall never die. Lin Ling shouted violently. Wang Xuanba smiled and cooperated to loosen the shackles of another group of Zerg swarms. The earth vein ancient tree's expression changed drastically. Before he could speak, one of his legs was suddenly broken, and his entire figure lost balance and staggered to the ground. Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. The mother tree is the source of all life in the world, not to mention our spirit trees, even humans. Before the earth vein ancient tree could finish speaking, it was interrupted by the explosion of another group of Zerg swarms. This time it was another leg. The hunchbacked old man raised his head in embarrassment, his panic overflowing. The source of all living beings in the world. Where is it now? Lin Ling's words were full of disdain. Even if what you said is true, so what? Lin Ling stepped forward and walked in front of the earth vein ancient tree. Compared to my master, just a pile of worthless rubbish. Lin Ling stepped heavily on the earth vein ancient tree. The phantom old man wailed. Although some of his body had been eroded by the Dao One Zerg, even with his remaining strength, he should not have been without any resistance. But the earth vein ancient tree did not struggle. Because the old man knew that what this young member of the same race said was not wrong. What exactly are these things? The earth vein ancient tree seemed to have completely surrendered on the surface, but in reality, it was secretly trying to resolve this strange black energy. But this power seemed to be different from any kind it had known in the Xuanwang world, making it impossible to deal with. Several disciples have such methods. What kind of sacred being is their master? Could it be some great power from ancient times? We have no grievances or enmities, why would they suddenly use me as a pawn? Could it be to target? The earth-vein ancient tree was uncertain, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Lin Ling did not give the earth-vein ancient tree too much time to think. Those who recognize the times are outstanding people. For the sake of you and I being spirit trees, I will give you a chance. Submit to our holy dynasty Great Chi. Otherwise, I don't mind reluctantly taking your place as the earth-vein ancient tree. Lin Ling said coldly, her murderous intent awe-inspiring. As she said this, emerald green roots stretched out from under her feet, like countless tentacles, pouring into the black zerg swarm torrent. Pure green spread from Lin Ling's lower body, quickly dyeing the black green. Having mastered the imitation beast wheel, Lin Ling was now one with the swarm. She was the swarm, and the swarm was her. Wherever the black torrent of Dao One passed, it was the land reached by her will, becoming a part of her body. If it was said that those bodies previously contaminated by the Dao One insects, the earth-vein ancient tree still had the possibility of regaining them. As long as a method was found to completely kill the Dao One insects, and then continuously wash them away with the power of the earth veins. But now, the part occupied by Lin Ling, the earth-vein ancient tree's face slowly turned pale. Because it had completely lost its sense of a part of its own body. It even felt that, right next to its original body, there was a hostile presence. Ready to devour the remaining part of itself at any time. This feeling was truly chilling, further confirming that Lin Ling's words were not false. There is not much time left for myself. The thought flashed through the earth-vein ancient tree's mind. But to rely on that holy dynasty Daki meant betraying its father. Ruo Emu's sinister face suddenly appeared in front of the earth-vein ancient tree, causing the ancient tree to shiver involuntarily. The intention to surrender in its heart suddenly disappeared again. Just as the earth-vein ancient tree was hesitant and unable to make a decision, it faintly sensed a special idea from Lin Ling. After carefully savoring it, and recalling Ruo Mu, who seemed to be getting more and more crazy recently, the earth-vein ancient tree finally made a decision. This old man, Lin Ling glanced slightly, the earth-vein ancient tree paused, and changed its words, I am willing to surrender to the holy dynasty. Wang Xuanba stared at the ancient tree with some suspicion. Lin Ling then instructed, then come with us to meet the master. Not giving it any room to refuse. Feeling the swarm of insects still eyeing it covetously within its body, the earth-vein ancient tree helplessly agreed. Its body materialized from illusion, appearing quite embarrassed. It honestly followed behind Wang Xuanba and Lin Ling. There were no twists and turns along the way, and they arrived in the Daki small world. The various unfathomable auras coming from all directions made the ancient tree feel like it was walking on thin ice, trembling with fear. 2 disciples could subdue it so obediently, let alone the Daki Holy Emperor. Inside the Holy Emperor's seat, the ancient tree's submission was a given. In addition to falling into the Holy Emperor's golden source power net, and losing its freedom of body and mind from then on, becoming a slave of Daki, the earth-vein ancient tree also confessed everything it knew about Ruo Mu. But in the end, it saved its own life. The Holy Dynasty also officially mastered the method to find Ruo Mu's main body because of this. Holy Emperor above, I have revealed my father's aura today, and he will definitely sense it soon. Therefore, the key to success lies in the word, fast. Having chosen to surrender, the earth-vein ancient tree took the initiative to offer advice to Li Ping. You were right, so, I am already on my way. Li Ping's voice came from above, but what made the earth-vein ancient tree stunned was that the figure of the faceless Holy Emperor was slowly disappearing. And it couldn't even detect when the other party left. The Holy Emperor's strength is indeed unfathomable. Even above Father. HMPH, the old madman is in luck now. For some reason, the earth-vein ancient tree actually became somewhat expectant. And at this time, outside the Holy Emperor's seat, Wang Xuanba looked at Lin Ling, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep looking at me like this, I'm afraid I can't help but draw my sword. Lin Ling's sudden words startled Wang Xuanba. Scratching his head, Wang Xuanba looked at his junior sister. He didn't hesitate any longer and asked. Just now, at the final moment of persuading the earth-vein ancient tree to surrender, what did junior sister seem to say to it? Lin Ling showed a disgusted expression of, just this boring question. I just told it that if it surrenders, I can form an alliance with it. 12:55. In the new year, I wish you all a happy new year. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. This marks the second year that my simulated immortal life has been with everyone. This year, with everyone's support, the results of Immortal Life have steadily increased, and the average subscription has risen to over 21,700, far exceeding my expectations when I first started writing the book. First, I would like to thank every reader for their support. As the saying goes, gaining long you, one hopes for shoe, things I didn't dare to think about before, perhaps I can look forward to them in the new year. I wonder if by the end of this year, 2024, Immortal Life can reach an average of 30,000 subscriptions. *omega****. New Year, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. It's time to say goodbye to the angry squid, who was a salted fish in the past. I'm preparing to strive for this goal. 2024, Immortal Life will continue to walk with everyone. New Year, new month, requesting monthly tickets. 1256, life and death are uncertain. As expected, having the same race really comes in handy. I didn't expect it to agree on the spot just from a casual mention. What? Wang Xuanba's expression changed upon hearing Lin Ling's answer. Form an alliance with that old thing? Junior sister, are you serious? Wang Xuanba felt disdain for the earth-vein ancient tree's initial arrogance followed by subservience. It was just a deceptive tactic. An alliance. It's not worthy, Lin Ling said calmly, but the deep indifference in her words was evident. Now that it has joined the Holy Dynasty, it can't possibly go back on its word, can it? If it dares to mention this to me, Lin Ling snorted coldly. Wang Xuanba was stunned. He always valued promises somewhat, so he found it difficult to accept Lin Ling's blatant reneging. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile, breaking the ice in her expression. Senior brother, all warfare is based on deception. If we always kept our word and followed through with our actions when dealing with enemies, wouldn't that be foolish? Wang Xuanba was speechless. Besides, senior brother, do you remember Master's instructions before we went to see the earth-vein ancient tree? Lin Ling asked again. Of course, I remember. Master said that if the ancient tree was stubborn, junior sister could replace it, Wang Xuanba recalled. Earth-vein ancient tree, its name is quite imposing. Originally, I had some expectations, but after seeing its appearance with my own eyes, I was only left with disappointment. Lin Ling's answer surprised Wang Xuanba. Weak, too weak. The earth-vein ancient tree's greatest strength is its unity with the Xuanwang earth veins, allowing it to call upon the power of the earth veins that span across the Xuanwang region. This is both a characteristic and an advantage, but it also determines the earth vein tree's limits. Moreover, the earth vein ancient tree's body is too large. In the eyes of true experts, it's full of flaws. Lin Ling shook her head slightly. My dream is to become someone like Master. If I really became that earth vein tree, although my strength would indeed leap forward in the short term, my future would be completely cut off. I'm not stupid. I can only fool that old thing into continuing its duties. Lin Ling rolled her eyes at Wang Xuanba. What do you take me for, senior brother? Wang Xuanba gradually came to his senses and scratched his head embarrassedly, apologizing on the spot. I underestimated you, junior sister. He looked back at the earth vein ancient tree in the Holy Emperor's seat and nodded in agreement. Xuanwang ancient objects are strong, but they only rely on the power of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao's laws. If the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao is strong, they will naturally rise with it. But if, like today, the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao is trampled underfoot by someone like the Law Transmitter, they can only eke out a living, hiding in dark corners and reminiscing about past glories. I didn't expect senior brother to be so cultured. You speak so eloquently. Lin Ling didn't know if she was sincerely praising him or subtly retaliating with sarcasm. I didn't think about so much, I simply wanted to become stronger. Enough talk, I'm going to cultivate. I did gain something from swallowing some of that old thing's body this time. If only I had been more ruthless and swallowed more back then. Lin Ling's regretful voice echoed in Wang Xuanba's ears. After a moment, her figure slowly faded, and her aura disappeared. Wang Xuanba smiled wryly, mocking himself for overthinking things. Xuanwang World, Tianyu Province. A scenic spot famous throughout the Immortal Alliance. A rift stretching hundreds of miles extends sinuously across the earth like a black scar. Even before getting close, one can faintly feel the endless chill emanating from the rift. The closer one gets to the rift, the faster the temperature drops. Even golden core cultivators would find it difficult to withstand the low temperatures here for long and cannot linger for extended periods. At the bottom of the rift abyss, a faint blue light occasionally erupts. That is icy frost energy. However, if one stands beside the rift and looks down, one can see that within this icy abyss, countless lotus flowers made of flames are blooming. Not cold flames, but truly blazing fire lotuses. Cold and heat, completely contradictory yet intertwined, are simultaneously present in this icy abyss. The faceless holy emperor of the great Qi dynasty, Li Ping's figure, suddenly appeared outside this spectacle of ice abyss and fire lotuses. Like countless tourists who come to this place, he stood quietly, gazing down. A place of concentrated essence and beauty, the marvels of creation. After a long while, Li Ping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In his eyes, the scene here was actually different from what ordinary cultivators saw. The blue ice abyss actually radiated a deep aura of death. Pitch black, suffocating. The fiery red fire lotuses, however, were pure white, radiating a vibrant aura of life. What appeared to be cold and heat intertwined here was actually black abyss white flowers, death abyss life flowers. Li Ping stepped forward, his foot landing on empty space, and his figure rapidly plunged into the black abyss. However, his disappearance did not cause any awareness from the surrounding cultivators. At this moment, from Li Ping's perspective, the surrounding scenery was suddenly stretched and distorted. Although the white flowers of life did not seem far away, Li Ping had been falling for a long time, but the distance between them had not become any closer. The entire black abyss space, as Li Ping fell, infinitely expanded and extended. This brought about a gradual and synchronous increase in the dense aura of death. Feeling the surrounding aura of death trying to invade him, Li Ping sneered inwardly but did not pay too much attention. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even in the Tao harmonization realm, their lifespan would be greatly reduced under the invasion of these black death auras. But Li Ping was the avatar of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, a part of the Xuanwang laws, so how could even the uncontrolled part of it harm him? Since forcibly devouring the Xuanwang evil intent, Li Ping had indeed felt that the Xuanwang heavenly Tao seemed to have become somewhat distant. However, Li Ping was certain that this was just the heavenly Tao's instinctive reaction after devouring the evil intent. After some time, the bond between him and the Xuanwang heavenly Tao would eventually return to normal. Although he was currently in a weak period of their relationship, it was not something the aura of death here could shake. Sure enough, even without taking any protective measures, Holy Emperor Li Ping was impervious to all laws, and the black auras of death simply surrounded him in layers. They simply could not find a breakthrough. Li Ping's gaze pierced through the dense aura of death, directly towards the flowers of life below. The intersection of life and death, the source of all spirits. The Xuanwang world has become like this, yet it only hides in this secret place, eking out a living. What use are you? An aura of solemn killing intent suddenly arose from Li Ping's body, forcibly repelling the surrounding aura of death. Get out of my way! Li Ping shouted lowly, and the layers of death aura beneath him actually cracked open a passage. The space no longer extended, Li Ping's figure floated, and he instantly passed through it. A rich vitality rushed towards him, and the white flowers of life were close at hand. The black clouds of death floated and circled overhead, lingering for a long time. Facing that rich vitality, Li Ping suddenly felt a slight sense of solemnity in his heart. Compared to pure death aura, a large amount of useless vitality was more like a deadly poison. Because vitality, in essence, is a beneficial state. As the avatar of the heavenly Tao, Li Ping was naturally able to enjoy the favor of this world. He did not know how many years it had been since a cultivator not rejected by heaven and earth had come here. The thousands of years of vitality accumulated next to the black abyss white flowers seemed to have finally found an outlet, and crazily poured towards Li Ping. Even though he intentionally tried to block it, he could not resist the abundance of vitality here. Some of it inevitably poured into Li Ping's body. Vitality did bring certain benefits. But Li Ping was not a longevity realm cultivator who purely relied on his own cultivation. Source power essence, holy dynasty luck, heavenly Tao blessing. The combination of various forces had created his current strength comparable to the longevity realm. Li Ping's state had long ago reached a balance after his advancement. Now, this balance was slowly being broken as the endless vitality continued to pour in. Li Ping's hair, as if coming alive, grew wildly. In an instant, it had already spread to his ankles. His body was also expanding simultaneously. 10 feet, 20 feet. With the creaking of bones, Li Ping became a 30-foot giant in a few breaths. It was indeed more majestic, but for Li Ping now, it was not a good thing. Frowning slightly, he tried his best to convert and absorb the surging vitality. But the speed of shrinking was far less than the speed of growing. While maintaining the balance of various forces within his body, Li Ping observed his surroundings, looking for a way to enter the hiding place of Ruomu. After devouring the Xuanwang evil intent, there was very little in the Xuanwang world that could escape his eyes. Even if some of the evil intent's memories were somewhat blurred, as long as he saw it with his own eyes, he would definitely be able to quickly sense it again. Flashing his figure, Holy Emperor Li Ping disappeared into the bottom of the black abyss. The vitality that had lost its target suddenly became somewhat dazed. The white flowers swayed slightly, having to absorb the vitality back. A world filled with a strange aura, like a faded, withered yellow leaf. Li Ping's nearly 50-foot-tall body suddenly appeared in it. The endless vitality he brought with him surged out of his body and spread to the surrounding area. But in this strange environment, it was as if it could not spread at all. Soon, like autumn leaves falling, it turned into a withered yellow entity and fell from the sky. Having a means to release unwanted vitality, Li Ping gradually expelled the culprit that was causing the imbalance from his body. His body slowly shrunk, however, because the balanced state within his body had already changed during that short period of time. When Li Ping returned to normal, some details of his body did not revert, but became part of his physical characteristics. For example, his height remained at 33 feet, and his ink-black hair hung down to his waist. His physique also became fuller, and explosive power was contained beneath his golden robe. Li Ping did not particularly care about these changes. It was just an external appearance. As long as he was willing, he could change back to his original appearance at any time. At this moment, his attention was focused on this strange place. The decaying smell flowing here even made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. What concerned him even more was the center of this place. A towering tree, but withered and yellow all over, covered with spots, stood quietly. Li Ping, a 30-foot giant, was no more than an ant at the foot of the giant tree. On the withered yellow branches, densely packed, hung countless cultivators. Like fruits all over the tree. They all closed their eyes, with strange, satisfied expressions on their faces. Li Ping's gaze swept across, and apart from this withered ancient tree, he did not find any other figures. Only the main body is here. Li Ping knew that Ruomu also had an avatar that often went out to lure cultivators to this place, turning them into golden core fruits to vent his inner resentment. It seemed that he was out at the moment. Li Ping was not in a hurry and continued to carefully observe this space. On the towering trunk, some deep carvings could be vaguely seen. It was as if it had suffered some fatal injuries. Li Ping squinted his eyes, trying to awaken the connection between this object of heaven and earth and the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. But perhaps because it was stained with withered yellow, Li Ping's call did not receive the slightest response. Instead, it aroused the ancient tree's spontaneous defense. Specks of withered yellow, following the giant tree's veins, began to erode from the ground beneath Li Ping's feet. Li Ping deliberately released his defense, absorbing a trace of the withered yellow into his body. Wrapped in golden source power essence, preventing it from spreading. Then carefully observed. Although the power of withered yellow was strange, it could not break through the seal of the source power essence. From this power of withered yellow, Li Fan not only felt the aging in the ordinary sense. He also sensed the decline of the entire world. It was as if the sky was about to collapse, the decline was fully revealed, and there was no way to reverse it. The world is heading towards ruin. Countless images appeared in his mind. Those were the scenes of countless disasters occurring in various states of the Xuanwang world due to the decline of heaven and earth. But Li Ping knew that in reality, these states of the Xuanwang world had not experienced these things that should have happened. Ruomu is the source of all spirits in the Xuanwang world, and to a certain extent, it does reflect the vitality of the Xuanwang world. Ruomu has become like this now, but the Xuanwang world still seems vibrant. Li Ping frowned slightly. Soon he knew the answer. If there is no injection of external vitality, the Xuanwang world will definitely decline synchronously with Ruomu. The source of these vitalities is the fragments of other immortal cultivation worlds that have been devoured. Although they were dismembered, in the process of fusion, they also extracted the remaining vitality from those immortal cultivation world fragments. Xuanwang has also been reborn because of this. Li Ping said thoughtfully. This surgery is indeed incredibly ingenious. As the avatar of the heavenly Tao, the nominal victim, Now, after realizing what had happened in these thousands of years, he could not help but express his sincere admiration. Life and death are impermanent. Death and life are impermanent. I was originally the existence who controlled life and death, but now I have fallen into this situation. The world is going to abandon me, so how can I not hate? Just as Li Ping was pondering, a strange voice suddenly sounded behind him, silently. Li Ping knew that the voice belonged to Ruo Mu. 1257. Reasoning the Tree. Heaven and earth have the Ruo tree, consuming life and lifespan day and night. There is no reincarnation in life and death, only longevity remains. Li Ping was not startled by the sudden appearance of the Ruo tree. Instead, he slowly recited the lines, unhurriedly. At the same time, he turned around to face this most ancient tree between the Xuanwang heaven and earth. The Ruo tree sized up the faceless holy emperor, a hint of doubt flashing in its aged eyes. But Li Ping's next words caused the wrinkles on the Ruo tree's face to deepen. Your creation is a gift from heaven and earth. Without the favor of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, the so-called constant, eternal, everlasting would be nothing more than an ordinary tree. When the heavenly Tao suffers, you do not rise up to resist, but live on in disgrace. You betrayed the Xuanwang heavenly Tao first, not the heaven and earth abandoning you. Li Ping showed no sympathy, mocking him mercilessly. The Ruo tree elder's expression froze, as if petrified. In the distance, the ancient tree's main body trembled slightly, its branches and leaves swaying gently, along with the countless cultivator fruits hanging upon them. Rise up to resist. The Xuanwang heavenly Tao is suppressed, what can I do? It is you, cultivating the heavenly Tao with the body of a cultivator, don't you find it ridiculous to say such things? Ruo tree stared at Li Ping for a long time, unable to discern his true nature. However, cultivators under heaven are much the same in essence. Coupled with the faint aura of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao emanating from Li Ping, Ruo tree made a judgment and retorted. It only exchanged words, but did not directly attack. It was not because Ruo tree had suddenly changed its nature or become more good-tempered, but because it simply couldn't win. Although it didn't show it, the Ruo tree's intuition was screaming warnings. As the most ancient spiritual object between heaven and earth, Ruo tree's intuition had reached a mysterious level where it could almost glimpse possible future scenarios. Ruo tree was certain that if it fought this uninvited guest, the one who would fall would definitely be itself. Moreover, the pressure emanating from the other party, which was even stronger than the Chengsheng realm cultivators it had seen before, further convinced Ruo tree of its judgment. True, the current Ruo tree was terminally ill and dilapidated, but it was still alive. Of course, it wouldn't seek its own death. What fault is there in us taking back what belongs to us? Li Ping no longer suppressed the aura of the Xuanwang evil intent he had devoured, releasing it. This is. Ruo tree's mind was immediately shaken. It could naturally distinguish the difference between fragmented laws devoured and absorbed by cultivators and the complete Xuanwang heavenly Tao. But how could this be possible? Xuanwang great heavenly venerate. The thought suddenly flashed through Ruo tree's mind, but it quickly rejected it. Even though its power had been mostly lost, its deep connection with the Xuanwang heavenly Tao still remained. If a new great heavenly venerate had succeeded, it couldn't have been completely unaware. Taking back what belongs to oneself, could it be the heavenly Tao itself? Ruo tree thought with disbelief. This guess was too incredible, but it was the most consistent with the reality. It couldn't be confirmed yet, but that didn't prevent Ruo tree's attitude from suddenly changing. What is your purpose in coming here? Li Ping naturally stated his intention to reclaim Ruo tree's power. Before Ruo tree could react, Li Ping changed the subject. When the heavenly Tao was in danger, the Xuanwang ancient object stood by and watched without offering help. Therefore, the heavenly Tao instinctively reclaimed your power. Although there was external force to help the heavenly Tao recover, this reclamation process has not stopped. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. You don't need to resent it. I am here to end it completely. Li Ping's gaze once again turned to the towering, decaying ancient tree. And the countless golden core cultivators who were sinking on it. However, now it seems that you have not done nothing. Even if it's a drop in the bucket, you have indeed contributed a little. A golden, majestic power suddenly erupted from Li Ping's body. A golden giant hand instantly appeared near the Ruo tree's main body, gently plucking one of the cultivator fruits from the treetop. With a gentle pinch, the cultivator's body instantly turned to ashes, leaving only an incomplete golden core suspended in the air. Li Ping's act of plucking his own fruit did not cause Ruo tree's mood to fluctuate in the slightest. Only in its eyes, a hint of vengeful meaning flashed instinctively. Do you think the cultivators of the Xuanwang realm today are at fault? The space within the human longevity cauldron was quiet for a while, then Li Ping suddenly asked. More than just at fault. I wish I could turn all these ungrateful people into fruits, tormenting them for eternity. Ruo Tree finally responded with gritted teeth. The cultivators between heaven and earth certainly have their faults. But the source of the conflict between them and heaven and earth is the essence. Li Ping said very calmly. Why do cultivators devour heaven and earth? It's only because they can only take this path. The root of everything comes from that Dharma transmitting heavenly venerate. Li Ping's voice echoed continuously, and Ruo Tree couldn't help but fall silent. Everyone knows this truth, but what else can be done? The Dharma transmitting is too strong after defying the laws of heaven and earth, even the Xuanwang heavenly Tao itself cannot resist. Not to mention the creatures in the Xuanwang realm. Us wishes to restore order, to kill the Dharma transmitting and return the Tao to heaven. Are you willing to help us? Li Ping's indifferent voice reached Ruo Tree's ears. If someone else had said this to Ruo Tree would have laughed and then made it into a fruit, hanging it at the very top of the treetop, mocking it day and night. However, the one who was now uttering such bold words was the vaguely possible incarnation of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. This made Ruo Tree not know how to answer for a moment. Ruo Tree knew that if it chose to refuse, then a great battle between the two sides would inevitably be unavoidable. Without mentioning who was stronger or weaker, just the fact that this was where its main body was located, if a great battle broke out here. Even if it could win, it would definitely suffer another heavy blow, and it wouldn't be long before it was completely ruined. But to be subdued by a single word, Ruo Tree felt 100 kinds of unwillingness in its heart. Your decline is related to the severance of the heavenly Tao, in addition to your own injuries. If you join us, Li Ping took a step forward, his figure suddenly shattering. Under the blessing of the golden light surrounding him, his 3 body instantly expanded tens of thousands of times, almost becoming as large as Ruo Tree's main body. He placed one hand on the Ruo Tree trunk. Boom! In the Ruo Tree space, a vortex suddenly appeared in the dim and lifeless sky. The reflection of the Xuanwang realm appeared in the vortex. A cyan aura was drawn out of the vortex and slowly floated towards the Ruo Tree, which was on the verge of death. Ruo Tree straightened its somewhat hunched back with excitement, its eyes full of surprise and disbelief. It felt that for the first time in thousands of years, the favor of the heavenly Tao, which had been slowly flowing away, had returned to it. Li Ping was right, all of its creation came from the Xuanwang heavenly favor. Without the nourishment of the heavenly Tao, it was like a tree without roots, water without a source, slowly withering and falling into chronic death. But at this moment, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao unexpectedly re-infused a little bit of power. Even if it wasn't the power of life and death that it was familiar with, it still made it excited and revived. The withered Ruo Tree's main body, from top to bottom, all trembled greatly. Many cultivator fruits fell from above because of this, shattering to pieces. Only the broken golden cores, glowing with different lights, lay quietly on the ground. Strands of green appeared on Ruo Tree's body. A few strands of tender green shoots sprouted on the branches, and the entire ancient tree's aura changed. Just as Ruo Tree was intoxicated and enjoying the vigorous vitality that it hadn't felt for a long time. The golden giant transformed by Li Ping suddenly removed his hand from the tree trunk. The vortex above Ruo Tree suddenly disappeared. The green that had descended from the sky also turned into starlight like green light at the same time, scattered everywhere with the wind, but did not fall on Ruo Tree's body. No. In Ruo Tree's wailing, the newly born buds instantly withered and withered. Slowly falling from the top of the tree. I want more. Give it to me quickly. The Ruo Tree elder incarnation erupted with shocking ferocity. Staring fiercely at Li Ping. Then, after seeing the other party's empty face and extremely cold aura, Ruo Tree immediately calmed down again. The fierce expression froze on his face, and he dared not make any further moves. Li Ping just stared at the other party quietly. The scene was quiet and somewhat eerie for a while. It wasn't until the withered yellow leaf happened to fall above Li Ping and was gently taken out by him that the silence was broken by Li Ping. He said the words that he hadn't finished saying just now, just like what you saw and experienced. If you return from your lost path and stand on us, side again, you may not be able to return to the peak of the ancient times. Ruo Tree's expression was obviously shaken. Struggling on the verge of death, suffering torment for thousands of years, now that it had finally enjoyed a moment of youthful taste, to let it give up. How could it do it? As knows that you suffered heavy damage in ancient times, and most of your core power was taken away by cultivators. But the current Xuanwang Heavenly Tao is not what it used to be. If you can regain complete authority, you will definitely be stronger than before. Li Ping continued. Us will give you a month to consider. At that time, us will come again. Li Ping did not overly force Ruo Tree, and made a decision instantly. Leaving only these words, he disappeared without a trace. This was the space dominated by Ruo Tree, but Ruo Tree didn't even notice how the other party left. Without the outsiders, this place returned to its millennia-long state of deathly silence. Ruo Mu squinted, constantly savoring the taste of vitality from just now. Comparing it with the current situation, a sense of loss welled up in his heart. Great Qi dynasty, in the Holy Emperor's throne. Li Ping, upon his return, immediately issued a holy decree. He redistributed some Nether race members, redirecting their efforts towards the functions of the Nether Sea to appease the Zanhuang Heavenly Tao. In its current state, forcibly having the Zanhuang Heavenly Tao infuse power into Ruo Mu still has some impact. Even if it's just a trace. Besides the gap caused by previously devouring the Zanhuang evil intent, it's also somewhat related to Ruo Mu's identity. After all, in the eyes of the Heavenly Tao, these ancient Zanhuang objects are no different from traitors. Li Ping pondered slowly. This operation couldn't be considered entirely fruitless. Having tasted the sweetness, Ruo Mu would definitely not refuse Li Ping's request. He just needed to give him some time to make a decision. As for why he didn't choose to act forcefully, like he did with the Zanhuang evil intent, and directly devour it. Li Ping had his own concerns. Unlike the Zanhuang evil intent, which was separately divided and sealed for a long time, Ruo Mu, although dilapidated, is still an ancient object that has existed since the beginning of Zanhuang. The Zanhuang Heavenly Tao created it, and it has become a fixed part of the Zanhuang realm. If it were naturally deprived of the Heavenly Tao's favor, declining and dying, perhaps turmoil could be avoided. But if I rashly devour it, firstly, it would arouse the vigilance of other Chengsheng experts in this realm. Secondly, perhaps the abnormalities in the Zanhuang realm would be noticed by the celestial Venerable of Dharma transmission, who is far away at the other end of the Star Sea. Li Ping didn't care about the 5 celestial venerables of the 5 Elders Association. But he had to consider the existence of the celestial Venerable of Dharma transmission and the celestial Venerable of medicine. Now is not the time to truly confront them. Just wait a little longer. Li Ping was very patient. He believed that in less than a month, Ruo Mu would take the initiative to contact him. Before that, he still needed to try his best to reverse some of the relationships he had with the Zanhuang Heavenly Tao. Li Ping's eyes flashed with the image of some beings hated by the Zanhuang Heavenly Tao. 9 Mountains Prefecture, the border between the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Association. Sun Erlang easily passed through the defenses of the Myriad Immortals Alliance's border and entered the territory of the 5 Elders Association. The treasure passed down by my master is truly profound. The formations of this Myriad Immortals Alliance can be broken almost instantly. Sun Erlang carefully examined the surrounding environment. It seems no different from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. But my master said that the power of the Celestial Venerable of Unreasonableness covers the entire territory here, so it's better to be discreet. A simple map appeared in his mind. Sun Erlang slightly identified the direction and then concealed his figure and sped away. According to the instructions of the Faceless Holy Emperor, he went straight to the Kingdom of Truth. I wonder, how can I meet this Celestial Venerable of Truth? Sun Erlang thought as he flew. With the formations and secret techniques taught by Li Ping to conceal his aura, no one could detect him along the way. Just when he was very close to the Kingdom of Truth, a strange phenomenon nearby attracted Sun Erlang's attention, causing him to slow down. A giant flying boat, with a somewhat unreal feeling, suddenly appeared in the sky. From the flying boat, more than a dozen cultivators wrapped in armor flew out together. They held strange magical artifacts in their hands and shouted loudly at the same time. It's here, quick, we can't let the other teams get ahead. They flew to a jungle on the ground, and the magical artifacts in their hands bloomed with different colors of light. The light beams locked onto a giant white ape, which suddenly appeared in the jungle, letting out a earth-shattering roar. Sun Erlang's pupils shrank, because this demon beast was hiding so cleverly that he hadn't been able to sense even a trace of its aura before. And even now, while the great ape was in the heat of battle with the team of cultivators, Sun Erlang couldn't sense any aura of life from the demon beast. 1258. The fruit tree creates the century. Sun Erlang concealed himself, observing the battle between the 5 Elders Society cultivators and the great ape, and a sense of gravity gradually arose in his heart. So strong, this was his assessment of the team of cultivators before him. Without spiritual energy fluctuations, and with the destructive range of both sides' moves limited to a certain space, Sun Erlang couldn't sense their specific cultivation levels. However, judging solely from the cooperation between the cultivators in combat, as well as their battle prowess in the face of danger and calm demeanor, the level of this team of cultivators was truly the best he had ever seen. Even including what he had encountered in the simulated world of the transformation Dao Stone, this team of cultivators was still an extremely top-tier existence. What surprised Sun Erlang even more were their attack and healing methods. In addition to various magical artifacts, this team of cultivators occasionally used some rather peculiar tools, such as books, wine cups, and even necklaces, to buff their own side while inflicting various negative effects on the great ape. Moreover, their healing speed was frighteningly fast. New Law cultivators housed their bodies in a blessed land. After their physical bodies were destroyed, they would be reborn from the blessed land, which would take at least a few breaths. But these people only needed a flash of white light to instantly recover from even the most serious injuries. One moment they were hit by the great ape's attack and on the verge of death, and the next moment they were full of life again under the illumination of the white light. No matter how thick-skinned the great ape was, it couldn't withstand such consumption. And strangely, this demonic beast was single-minded and didn't know how to escape. It fought until the last moment of its life before collapsing to the ground with a bang. The moment the great ape died, it transformed into a dazzling golden light that poured into the bodies of the team of cultivators who had killed it. The group then burst into cheers. This boss that spawned this time was really tough as hell. Luckily, we prepared enough supplies, or we would have definitely fallen. The experience given is also quite a lot. I'm about to break through to the next realm. It's a pity that the Snow Ape Holy Armor from its illustrated guide didn't drop. Otherwise, we would have really struck it rich this time. Upon hearing this, the team members all agreed and sighed. Sun Erlang's expression was a bit subtle as he listened to these completely incomprehensible words. Let's go. There's nothing good around here. Let's go back to paradise first. This profound yellow realm is indeed not a place for people to stay. If it weren't for the mission, I really wouldn't want to come here. The team of cultivators flew into the ship in the sky one after another, discussing animatedly. The ship was shrouded in a burst of colorful light and disappeared into the sky as if teleporting. Sun Erlang stared at the location where they disappeared, while the transformation Dao Stone in his mind constantly replayed the recorded scene. Paradise. It should be the sphere of influence of that worry-free heavenly lord. It seems to be a bit different from other places in the profound yellow realm. They actually call the profound yellow realm, not a place for people to stay. Interesting. Perhaps this matter should be reported to my master. Thinking this in his heart, Sun Erlang did not track the peculiar ship. Remembering the mission entrusted by his master, he continued to advance towards the kingdom of truth. 3 days later, after crossing a white mist barrier, Sun Erlang clearly felt that something had changed between heaven and earth. The state I was in just now belonged to the human Dao heaven realm. As for here, it should be the kingdom of truth. Sun Erlang knew that within the kingdom of truth, under the shroud of the heavenly lord's laws, all cultivators were unable to fabricate lies. Therefore, he became even more cautious. Being new to the place, he was very unfamiliar with everything here. Sun Erlang decided to inquire about the situation first before finding a way to meet the heavenly lord. The kingdom of truth seemed more peaceful than the human Dao heaven realm. It was rare to see patrolling 5 Elders Society cultivators. The boundary between mortals and cultivators within the territory was also not particularly obvious. From afar, he could see them living in the same city. Those are indeed mortals, without any cultivation. It seems that the power of the immortal mortal miasma is suppressed here. After careful observation, Sun Erlang came to a conclusion. What made him feel even more novel was that actual status here was not determined by the level of cultivation. He could even see a young golden core cultivator respectfully greeting a mortal elder. This couldn't help but make him click his tongue in wonder. After secretly observing for 3 days, although he had a general understanding of the customs and practices of the kingdom of truth, he still hadn't found a suitable breakthrough point. I can't just shout on the street, I'm here to seek an audience with the truth heavenly Lord, can I? Just when Sun Erlang was at a loss, on this day, he suddenly noticed several outsiders like himself. People from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Sun Erlang narrowed his eyes. After eavesdropping for a while, Sun Erlang immediately understood. These 4 cultivators were captured during the conflict between the 5 Elders Society and the Myriad Immortals Alliance and were now in a period of probation as converts. Their freedom was not restricted, and they were allowed to travel in the 3 major territories of the 5 Elders Society other than the worry-free paradise. Brother Shu, what do you think of this 5 Elders Society compared to the Immortal Alliance? The men were all wearing conspicuous blue robes similar to prison uniforms. One of them, a middle-aged man with a long beard, asked his companion beside him. The cultivator surnamed Shu seemed to have not recovered from his serious injuries and had a pale complexion. He coughed lightly and then replied, compared to the Immortal Alliance, it is indeed much more free and leisurely. Although we have to sign that divine soul contract, even when we were in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, even without the constraints of the contract, weren't we unable to refuse any orders from the Immortal Alliance? In my opinion, there is actually no difference. Another young cultivator echoed, moreover, once you sign the contract here, you won't lack cultivation methods and resources. As long as you show enough talent, you will have endless room for development, and no one will stop or suppress you. Unlike that Myriad Immortals Alliance, HMPH. Although the long-bearded man's expression was a bit unsightly, he had to agree with the views of the others. It seems that Brother Wang Yang still has illusions about the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The cultivator surnamed Shu couldn't help but sneer when he saw the expression of the long-bearded Wang Yang. Do you remember the Myriad Immortals Alliance? Does the Myriad Immortals Alliance remember you? I have never heard of a cultivator who was captured by the 5 Elders Society and successfully escaped back to the Immortal Alliance. Furthermore, even if you managed to escape by luck, the Myriad Immortals Alliance would probably only treat you as a spy and arrest you directly. Wang Yang's expression was uncertain, but in the end, he could only sigh and was unable to refute. The 4 fell into an awkward silence for a time. By the way, when that lord introduced the situation of the 5 Elders Society before, he said that cultivators in each state here have the opportunity to directly meet the Heavenly Lord. I don't know if it's true or false. The young cultivator stood up to smooth things over. Brother Zhang, you can rest assured about this. I have inquired about it before, and this is absolutely true. However, the methods to meet the Heavenly Lord vary from place to place, and without exception, they are all extremely difficult. Only peerless geniuses can do it. For example, in that one-heart immortal sect, those who win 20 consecutive matches in internal duels and are unmatched have a high probability of being taken to one-heart Heavenly Lord's presence. Another example is here in the Kingdom of Truth. It is said that as long as you sit and comprehend the Tao under the Tree of Truth, the longer you persist, the more likely you are to receive guidance from the Heavenly Lord. The cultivator surnamed Shu explained eloquently. I have also tried the test of that Tree of Truth. The cultivator surnamed Shu paused deliberately as he spoke. When the eyes of the other people were all focused on him, he continued, difficult. 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 You all know that there are no lies in the Kingdom of Truth. And the test of the Tree of Truth is to weave lies as much as possible. The cultivator surnamed Shu's expression became a little strange. Sitting under the fruit tree is like becoming an omnipotent creator god. You need to create something from nothing, fabricating a virtual, alternative world. The richer and more realistic the details of the world, the longer you can persist under the fruit tree's scouring. Wait a minute, Wang Yang interrupted the cultivator surnamed Shu. Is there any limit to this weaving of the world? Otherwise, if you use the unique small world customs of the profound yellow realm to replace it, wouldn't it be very easy? The cultivator surnamed Shu shook his head. At least, the small worlds that actually exist within the profound yellow realm cannot be presented in the fruit's illusion. It's like. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, it's a bit like laws cannot be practiced together. Imitating the world in the same way will disappear in an instant. Only completely fictional ones can exist stably and withstand the test of the fruit. It's indeed a bit mysterious to describe in words. But as long as you experience it yourself, you will know. Even if you ultimately cannot meet the truth Heavenly Lord, sitting in meditation on that Tree of Truth is also a great opportunity for us cultivators. Weaving the world involves thousands of great Taos. It's really difficult to do with the power of cultivators alone. When undergoing the test, you are more relying on the power of the fruit tree. It's like the Heavenly Lord lending us a brush to help us splash ink and paint. The cultivator surnamed Shu's expression was ethereal, as if he was reminiscing about that magical experience. What is the purpose of this Heavenly Lord doing this? Wang Yang frowned slightly. The cultivator surnamed Shu sneered. Purpose? Why consider this? I only know that completing the test will not only not cause any loss, but is also very likely to lead to enlightenment and breakthrough. Such a good thing would definitely only be enjoyed by a few people in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. But in this Five Elders Society, everyone has the opportunity to try. That tree of truth sprouts and takes root in illusion, blooming in every city. Anyone who is interested can sit and meditate under the tree. The current emergence of the fruit seems to be not far away. You can all experience it for yourselves. If a person only had one chance in a lifetime, I would definitely want to taste the opportunity to create the world again. The cultivator surnamed Shu said with regret. The other three had different expressions. Meanwhile, Sun Erlang, who was eavesdropping in the distance, narrowed his eyes. What a coincidence. I was just dozing off, and someone brings me a pillow. Could it be that I've been discovered, and this is some kind of conspiracy? The first thought that flashed through Sun Erlang's mind was this. No, it must be that the master knew in advance. The Five Elders Association has ways to directly meet the heavenly venerates in various regions, which is why he sent me on this errand. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, what kind of opportunity would a foreign cultivator have to meet the supreme ruler of the eternal realm? After pondering for a while, Sun Erlang suddenly understood. The fruit of truth. Sun Erlang's heart stirred. He had the stone of transformation in his mind, and he had also experienced another life in the simulated world. Participating in this so-called creation under the fruit tree should give him some advantages. Let's try it first and see. If it really doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. Having made up his mind, Sun Erlang patiently waited. More than 20 days passed, and on this day, the peaceful city suddenly became somewhat chaotic. On the ground, a shadow rapidly spread from the center of the city, enveloping the entire city. Then, a lush, verdant tree rose from the shadows, seeming real and yet illusory. On the treetops, there were also many tender, dripping fruits, which, at just one glance, made people unable to take their eyes off them. The fruit tree of truth has appeared in the world, existing for 7 days and 7 nights. All living beings within the realm can attain enlightenment under the tree. Ding! A crisp chime resounded, spreading towards the distance. A clear and loud voice came from above the sky, echoing in everyone's ears. Thank you for the heavenly venerate's grace. Within the realm of truth, countless living beings kowtowed and thanked him in unison. Repeated 3 times, the reverberation lingered. After the ceremonial formalities were completed, cultivators successively walked to the shade of the fruit tree of truth and sat down cross-legged with their eyes closed. The city instantly became very quiet, for fear of disturbing the cultivators who were undergoing the trial. The group of Wangxian Alliance converts that Sun Erlang had encountered earlier also walked slowly towards the fruit tree of truth. Sun Erlang also hurriedly followed. Along the way, he did not encounter anyone checking. The heavenly venerates saying that all living beings could try was indeed not an exaggeration. Arriving under the treetops of the fruit tree, Sun Erlang even saw that there were not only humans, but also some flying insects and walking beasts, occupying a place in the shade of the tree. This peculiar scene made Sun Erlang somewhat emotional. It is said that the ancient sages taught without discrimination. Not only humans, but all living beings in the world could receive their teachings. This heavenly venerate of truth has a bit of that flavor. Sun Erlang also imitated the others and sat down on the ground. His eyes closed. In an instant, Sun Erlang felt that the surrounding world had disappeared. The original rustling sounds and small noises in the city had all vanished. Although his eyes were closed, Sun Erlang felt as if he had opened them. Before him was a vast expanse of nothingness. Creating a world. Numerous rules and information continuously emerged in Sun Erlang's mind. First, the general situation of the world. Sun Erlang then followed the simulated world he had experienced in the Stone of Transformation and set it up again. The blank world then had color. However, somewhat unexpectedly, just as the world was about to take shape, it collapsed like a sandcastle, returning to blankness again. Even an adapted world based on the profound yellow realm won't work. A completely fictional world. Sun Erlang couldn't help but frown slightly. However, then, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he remembered a world that his master had used as an example when teaching him earlier. Immediately, he had an idea in his mind. The immortal path is not obvious, materialism endures. 1259. Determined to explore the sea of stars. All extraordinary powers in the world have vanished, and the lifespan of ordinary people is limited to 100 years. However, the world's eternal pursuit of the Tao remains unchanged. By researching, analyzing, and utilizing the laws, even mortals can unleash astonishing power. In the blank world before Sun Erlang, a sphere suddenly appeared. The sphere rotated on its axis, with countless black spots representing humanity moving incessantly at an extremely high speed. Initially, the buildings on the ground were only a little over 10 feet tall, but as time rapidly passed, more and more skyscrapers rose from the ground. Soon after, even aircraft appeared in the clouds. While weaving the world he envisioned in his mind, Sun Erlang recalled the teachings of his master. The predicament of the Xuanwang realm is essentially the same as that of these worlds without extraordinary power. Ancient books often say that the immortal Tao is eternal. This may not be false. The so-called open black lens bracket immortals close black lens bracket are those beings who exhaust the principles of the Tao and utilize the Tao to its extreme. Standing at the end of all living beings, they are of the same rank as the Tao, overlooking all living things, immortal and indestructible. But what if the open black lens bracket Tao close black lens bracket itself undergoes a change? The Tao is still the Tao. However, those who cannot adapt to the changed Tao will inevitably perish. If they cannot harmonize with the Tao, immortals are not worthy of being called immortals. They will fall. Among all living beings, new open black lens bracket users of the Tao close black lens bracket will always be born. The power they master will also become stronger and stronger. Becoming new open black lens bracket immortals close black lens bracket. At that time, the faceless holy emperor's words were so mysterious that not only Sun Erlang, but also the other personal disciples under the holy emperor, were unable to understand the truth. But at this moment, with the help of the power of the true fruit, he was fortunate enough to experience the taste of being a creator. Sun Erlang looked at the world he had created and suddenly felt something. In that spherical world, after countless years of natural evolution, a race that conforms to the Tao of the world he created will always be born. They can discover the ultimate secrets of the world that other living beings cannot perceive, and use this to become the so-called open black lens bracket Tao using close black lens bracket beings in this world. Boom! Sun Erlang's vision rapidly traversed, descending upon the sphere he had created. Inside an ordinary building, a young scholar was frowning and thinking under the light. The blackboard in front of him was covered with complex formulas and drawings. Wrong. Where is the problem? Why is there such a big deviation between my calculation results and the actual trajectory? It's as if there is a force that is binding us, preventing us from leaving this planet. The scholar painfully tugged at his hair, and then suddenly looked up at the window. In the dark night, it seemed to be facing Sun Erlang's eyes. Sun Erlang's eyes blurred for a while, and the picture shattered with a bang. When he came back to his senses, he was surprised to find that some spaceships had already begun to appear on the sphere, trying to fly out of the boundary of the world. But outside the world, Sun Erlang had not yet created anything, and it was still empty. They will naturally not succeed. Sun Erlang's thoughts turned rapidly, and he began to open up a new map. The white space slowly became dark. In the starry sky, in addition to the original initial planet, thousands of other planets also began to appear. The map range suddenly expanded more than 10,000 times, and Sun Erlang's transformation Tao stone suddenly became a little overwhelmed. In order to reduce the workload, Sun Erlang basically set these planets as barren places full of silence and without life. And in order to prevent the natives on the original planet from expanding too quickly, he pulled the distance between each planet very far. So far that without the power of longevity, it is almost impossible for the little people to achieve the crossing between planets in their lifetime. It took a lot of effort for Sun Erlang to barely save the world that was about to collapse. But soon, before he could perfect and expand the star sea scene, the world became precarious again. After some investigation, Sun Erlang suddenly realized that it turned out that the natives had begun to suspect the authenticity of the world they were in. Not only because they could not fly out of the world, but also because they observed countless planets in the star sea that they had not observed before. These planets seemed to appear suddenly, breaking their understanding. We must not set the criteria crudely, but must root the appearance of all things in the basic principles of the world. Sun Erlang suddenly had this sentence in his mind. Soon, he made corresponding adjustments. Next, in another attempt by the natives who were not willing to give up, a spaceship actually successfully broke away from the shackles of the planet and entered the star sea. The humans on the spaceship suddenly discovered that there was a circle of blue halo outside the planet. It was the existence of this halo that interfered with the internal observation of the planet. And it prevented them from rushing out of the planet before. This is a great discovery that can be called earth-shattering. After experiencing a life and death crisis, the spaceship finally returned to the ground and made this discovery public. And the scholars on the planet, after adding the variable of the star ring in the calculation process, finally achieved a temporary consistency between theory and practice. People cheered, welcoming the arrival of a new era. At the same time, all the members of the first ship to fly out of space were regarded as heroes. With successful experience, the development speed of the planet's natives, who had been suppressed for a long time, ushered in a peak. Fortunately, at this time, Sun Erlang had almost depicted the desolate star sea scene. And because of the vastness of the created star sea, these natives were temporarily stabilized with space and time. But Sun Erlang knew that this was just a temporary measure. One day, they will notice the abnormality of this star sea. If you don't want to be discovered, you must continue to expand this star sea. And the speed of expansion must exceed the speed of exploration of these little people. The macro vision was raised tens of thousands of times again. Endless nebulae and galaxies were born outside the darkness. The transformation Tao stone had already been faintly operating to the extreme. The so-called pulling one hair moves the whole body. There is a connection between every object in the star sea. It's not just a matter of simply adding it later, but also considering the impact of their appearance on the original planet. Quote, After thinking about it, Sun Erlang felt that the transformation Tao stone was about to collapse, so he simply made up his mind and simply used the span of space to minimize these effects. It should be a long time before these little people notice something is wrong. The natives are still progressing rapidly. They studied the star ring and invented a retrograde boat that could reversely use the binding force of the star ring. Like a slingshot, the spaceship was thrown out at high speed. Although they cannot turn back, it also greatly accelerates the speed of the natives' exploration of this star sea. Is this too fast? Sun Erlang stared blankly at the first retrograde ship, constantly accelerating with the help of the star rings of passing planets. It sailed towards the edge of the star sea. No way. Sun Erlang pondered for a moment, guiding a meteor to change its original trajectory and smash it fiercely towards the retrograde ship. Unexpectedly, the people on the flying ship managed to dodge it at the last moment. In a flash, the scene on the retrograde ship appeared before Sun Erlang. My lord, thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have been utterly destroyed this time. A serious-looking, long-bearded middle-aged man did not relax his expression. This gravel came a bit strangely. The starry sky is so vast, yet it just happened to meet us. Be prepared, don't be careless. Hearing the words of this little man, Sun Erlang couldn't help but feel ashamed, as he had indeed acted somewhat carelessly. However, he instantly thought of a way to make amends. Sun Erlang pointed lightly towards the planet closest to the retrograde ship. Before long, it was seen to disintegrate with a bang. Turning into thousands of pieces of gravel, like a torrential rain, they smashed towards the retrograde ship. Good fortune can only happen once. With such a dense cluster of gravel, still being precisely guided. The retrograde ship naturally had no reason to survive. In the collision, it turned into a ball of flame, disappearing into the star sea forever. However, an accident is fundamentally unable to curb the Aborigines' curiosity about the star sea. Subsequently, more and more massive and advanced retrograde ships flew out from the initial planet. They began to explore in all directions. Although he really wanted to use the old method to destroy all these spaceships again, Sun Erlang knew that his previous actions had already shaken the rules of this creation game. If he continued to intervene so directly, then this world would collapse even faster. Therefore, Sun Erlang could only think of another way. He looked at the countless spaceships bouncing off the star ring and soon had an idea. With a thought, the star ring on the original planet underwent a subtle change that no one knew about. The Aboriginal little people realized something was wrong a year later. The planet generally ushered in record-breaking extreme weather. Cold waves and droughts swept through and ravaged the land. Grain production decreased, and even the birth rate of the Aborigines began to decline slightly. The little people noticed something was wrong and gathered the most elite scholars on the planet to study the reasons for these disasters. In the end, they came to a conclusion. Although the star ring bound them, preventing them from going to the star sea, it was also a protective umbrella, isolating the planet from the extreme environment of the star sea. In recent years, with the abuse of star ring elasticity, the star ring has undergone a slight degree of reduction. Even though this degree of reduction is negligible for the star ring itself, the fragile ecology of the planet is simply unable to withstand the impact it brings. After a fierce discussion, the aboriginal little people finally temporarily abandoned their plan to explore the star sea. The retrograde ship was also sealed up from then on. It can last for a while longer. Sun Erlang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know how long it has been in the real world outside. He looked at the galaxy he had created with his own hands, and his expression couldn't help but become a little dazed. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed on the original planet. Starting from the 3rd decade, spaceships successively approached the star ring to collect samples and conduct research. In the 5th decade, after the unremitting efforts of all the little people, they finally found a way to repair the damage to the star ring. Sun Erlang personally saw these little people reproduce the power of the star ring in the laboratory. He couldn't help but feel shocked, and thousands of thoughts flooded into his mind. The power of the star ring originates from the fundamental laws of my creation of the world. But these little people are also manifestations of the laws of this world. As part of the world, they have the ability to explore the essence and origin of the world. Because it really exists, it can be studied and utilized. The changes on the original planet continued. After many experiments, the little people determined the effectiveness of repairing the star ring. Having been suffocated for a long time, they could finally no longer endure it. An unprecedented era of exploration arrived. Countless retrograde ships once again left the original planet and explored the endless star sea. In the 7th decade, the little people invented a method of sailing that did not rely on the elasticity of the star ring, but only on the star ring power furnace. From then on, the Aborigines officially realized the round trip of star sea exploration. From the 8th decade to the 100th year, the little people ushered in a new era of exploring and colonizing the star sea. At this point, Sun Erlang knew that it was only a matter of time before his world of lies was exposed. Looking at the countless little people who were still willing to sacrifice for this, Sun Erlang didn't know why a strange emotion arose in his heart. He no longer tried to expand the boundaries of the star sea. Instead, he silently watched the little people's footsteps move towards the edge of the world. 500 years later, when a retrograde ship with a peculiar shape finally came to the edge of the star sea, the world before Sun Erlang's eyes suddenly shook. Boom! Like exploding stars, it burst out with brilliant light, disappearing without a trace. However, Sun Erlang did not return to the real world. Before his eyes was still a blank space. Sun Erlang was a little surprised, looking around, not knowing what had happened. What do you think? What was wrong with the world just now? A voice suddenly sounded from behind Sun Erlang. Sun Erlang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned around. He saw a Taoist with long eyebrows and white hair, holding a whisk, looking at him with a smile. This is... Sun Erlang vaguely guessed the identity of this person, and tentatively said boldly, "Greetings, Celestial Venerable." The Taoist did not respond, still looking at Sun Erlang with a smile. Sun Erlang pondered for a moment, recalling the civilization of the little people in the original planet. After a while, he exclaimed, "Something is indeed wrong. The little people on that planet are too united. They didn't even have major wars or infighting. Even when the planet was in crisis, they could always put aside their differences and work together to solve it." Quote. Compared to the current situation in the Xuanwang world, it is really unbelievable. Sun Erlang shook his head. The Taoist nodded, and then asked, "This is one of them. What else?" "What else?" Sun Erlang frowned slightly. The little people's obsession with exploring the star sea is a bit too profound. Even after suffering multiple obstacles, they still never gave up. Even the top of the entire planet's class holds the same belief. Sun Erlang looked at the Taoist. This may be unimaginable in the real world. 1260. Oppose the principle of Xuanwang again. Hearing Sun Erlang's words, the white-haired Taoist smiled slightly. Indeed, everyone has their own independent personality and thoughts. When disaster strikes, it's every creature for themselves, that is the instinct of living beings. It's really difficult to get everyone to be of one heart and one mind. The various things that have happened in the history of this Xuanwang realm illustrate this point. The white-haired Taoist lightly waved his horsetail whisk, and countless scenes instantly appeared in the pure white space before Sun Erlang. The black shadows representing the apocalypse floated above the Xuanwang realm, ready to descend at any moment. But regarding how to deal with this disaster, the various sects and factions in the Xuanwang realm still held different attitudes. Some were determined to abandon the realm and flee, some chose to be ostriches and bury their heads in the sand, and some tried their best to run around and call on everyone to unite. There were also those who took advantage of the fire to rob and satisfy their own selfish desires. The beings in the pictures had no specific appearances, all replaced by faceless stick figures. But the farcical dramas that unfolded were extremely real. But that was the Xuanwang realm of the past. The white-haired Taoist waved his horsetail whisk again, and the scene changed abruptly. Millions of people with one heart, determined to defy fate, frankly unite divine power, without worry, therefore without fear, one word settles the 9 tripods. Accompanying the words of true Lord of Heaven, what appeared before Sun Erlang were the details of the human living scenes in the various territories of the 5 Elders Association. What do you think? How is this place compared to the Myriad Immortals Alliance? True Lord of Heaven asked. It is naturally much stronger than the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Sun Erlang said without hesitation. Then he added, it's just a pity that all of this is built on the great divine powers of the 5 heavenly lords. Everything is as illusory as a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water. If one day, one of these 5 heavenly lords suddenly encounters misfortune, this seemingly beautiful scene will collapse in an instant. Openly discussing the fall of the heavenly lords in the territory of the 5 Elders Association. Such blasphemous remarks did not anger the white-haired Taoist, who was suspected to be the true Lord of Heaven. And he also nodded in agreement. What you said does have some truth, but it is also not true. Sun Erlang's expression froze, and he cupped his hands solemnly and said, please enlighten me, Heavenly Lord. The reason why I say you have a point is because, from the perspective of an outsider, an ordinary cultivator, that is indeed the case. The order here is all born because of the 5 heavenly lords. If the heavenly lords pass away, the order will also disappear. But the reason why I say you are wrong is because you don't understand the true meaning of the eternal life realm in this world. True Lord of Heaven stroked his beard and said slowly, defying the principles of heaven and earth to prove eternal life. After a cultivator defies the principles, they naturally become part of the world's principles. Just like the sunlight, water droplets, and air, they jointly constitute the world itself. People are not isolated individuals. Denying the existence of the eternal life realm and then discussing the cultivators under the shroud of the eternal life realm is also meaningless. Sun Erlang didn't quite understand this statement from the true Lord of Heaven. In his opinion, this was more like some kind of sophistry. But the eternal life heavenly Lord, the existence at the very top of this world, obviously wouldn't argue with a junior like him for a moment's advantage. So Sun Erlang frowned and carefully pondered. After a long time, he seemed to have realized something. What we are discussing is the cultivators of the Xuanwang realm. This is the major premise. And the eternal life heavenly Lord has already become an inseparable part of the Xuanwang realm, so. No, Sun Erlang suddenly became alert. The key is that your power doesn't seem to cover the entire Xuanwang realm. It's only limited to this small area. True Lord of Heaven asked, have you ever sensed the existence of carefree heavenly Lord's divine power? Sun Erlang nodded. I naturally know that. Being in the eternal life realm, Carefree's strength is not much stronger than the rest of us. What he can do, we can naturally do it too, True Lord of Heaven said slowly. Upon hearing this, Sun Erlang instinctively didn't quite believe it at first. Then, as he thought about it, his expression gradually became serious. Then why? He couldn't help but ask. Naturally, the time has not yet come. The white-haired Taoist smiled lightly, and waved his horsetail whisk again. The white space of the true fruit tree gradually faded away. And the figure of the true Lord of Heaven also slowly became blurred. Heavenly Lord. At this time, Sun Erlang suddenly remembered his master's instructions, and hurriedly shouted, does Heavenly Lord know about the eastern extremity Heavenly Lord's matter? You will know when you see it. The white space exploded violently. Countless lights and shadows finally burst out together, blooming in Sun Erlang's mind. Back in the real world, Sun Erlang was still immersed in the images transmitted by the true Lord of Heaven. Defy the geography again? Are you crazy? You've already reached this point, just one step away from defying the principles. As long as you proceed step by step normally, it will be enough to attain the Tao of eternal life. Why do you want to do this? The young Taoist's expression was full of incomprehension, and his words were intense. Eternal life. It's just becoming one with the Tao. The figure opposite him couldn't see his face clearly, but his tone was quite disdainful of the eternal life realm. He continued, if there were no that existence, it wouldn't matter if we became one with the Tao and achieved eternal life. But the entire cultivation system is all built on the framework he created. Xinghen, do you know what the consequences will be? The young Taoist remained silent. The Xuanwang realm is undergoing rebirth in destruction. This is the only thing he currently cares about. Someone attaining the Tao of eternal life is completely irrelevant to him. In fact, he can't wait for an eternal life realm that meets his wishes to be born. Do you know why? The young Taoist continued to lower his head and remain silent. Your talents are no less than mine. How could you not understand? It's just wishful thinking. I might as well say it directly. One day, when the Xuanwang realm welcomes its rebirth and completes its transformation, the so-called eternal life heavenly lord will completely become part of the new world's heavenly Tao. Worse than death, or rather, indifferent to life and death. They are all just tools for transforming the world, the figure sneered. It's just your conjecture, speculation. After a long time, the young Taoist weakly retorted. The blurred figure ignored him and said to himself, I don't believe it. I insist on fighting him. Defying the principles of heaven and earth to prove eternal life. This is the foundation of his attainment of the Tao, but it is also his greatest flaw. If one can defy his principles again, one can instantly steal all his creation and replace him. Eastern extremity. You. The young Taoist hurriedly looked around, afraid that this rebellious statement would be overheard by others. The blurred figure was full of ambition, his eyes full of ambition. Xinghen, don't be nervous. I'm not alone on this road. At this time, Eastern extremity suddenly comforted him. That immortal mortal barrier contains the mysteries of defying the principles of heaven and earth again. It comes from the previous Xuanwang great heavenly lord who has already passed away. I've recently made some progress. As long as... Boom. Before Eastern extremity could finish speaking, the picture suddenly shattered. When the scenery before his eyes became clear again, it was still the figure of Eastern extremity. However, the originally complacent and high-spirited Eastern extremity looked very strange. His head was lowered, and his body was naked. His long hair was scattered, and countless threads stretched out from his body, extending to the endless void beyond sight. Eastern extremity. This terrifying scene, accompanied by the true Lord of Heaven's exclamation, suddenly shattered and disappeared. This is... Sun Erlang's mind was shaken. Although it was only a few short conversations, the secrets revealed were all shocking. Sun Erlang first looked around, and found that not much time had passed since he entered the creation illusion of the true fruit tree. At this moment, there were still cultivators on the fruit who were closing their eyes and accepting the test. But Sun Erlang was no longer in the mood to stay here. He had to go back as soon as possible and tell his master what he had seen and heard this time. Fortunately, the attention of the cultivators in the city was all focused on those geniuses who were still staying in the illusion. Not much attention was paid to Sun Erlang, the loser. He left the city silently and went straight to the entrance of the great Qi small world. While flying away, Sun Erlang's thoughts turned rapidly. The true Lord of Heaven had already discovered my whereabouts. That's why he appeared in the illusion to meet me. They already knew about the Eastern Extremity Heavenly Lord's situation. It just so happened that I was here on my master's orders, so they used me to convey these images to my master. What is the deep meaning behind this? Even though Sun Erlang claimed to have seen the world, he still found it difficult to control himself in the face of the truth involving the secrets of the Xuanwang realm. Sun Erlang couldn't help but speed up a bit. In fact, he didn't need to return to the great Qi small world in person. With the help of the golden giant net woven from source essence, the faceless holy emperor had already synchronously sensed what was happening to him the moment he entered the true illusion. Similarly, that true Lord of Heaven was not really talking to Sun Erlang, a small cultivator who had not yet attained the Tao, but was communicating with the faceless holy emperor. Li Ping carefully repeatedly watched the images transmitted by the true Lord of Heaven. At the same time, the other party's seemingly meaningful words kept echoing. A tool for transforming the new world by spreading the Dharma. It seems they still have some self-awareness. Seeing me appear in the world and competing with the spreading of the Dharma, they vaguely express goodwill. However, one cannot completely trust them. Li Ping snorted coldly. The 5 great heavenly lords did indeed become one with the Tao. But facing the coercion of the spreading of the Dharma, Li Ping didn't believe that they would just sit back and do nothing after so many years. Carefree paradise, a world of its own. The true kingdom, evolving countless worlds. And the other few are more of an attitude of watching the tiger fight from the mountain top. And those who are truly desperate, such as the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao today, will eagerly welcome any opportunity to survive. Li Ping's thoughts were very calm, and he was not affected by the true Lord of Heaven's slightly terrifying images. But Eastern Extremity Heavenly Lord's sentence, the secret of defying the principles of heaven and earth again is hidden in the immortal mortal barrier. Perhaps it's true. Eastern Extremity's pure body spirit pool can dissolve the principles defied by Su Bai, just like the Xuanwang Immortal Heart Curse. Defying the principles of heaven and earth again. Li Ping pondered, pondering these 2 sentences. One cannot put all one's hopes on it, but it is also a way to shake the strength of the spreading of the Dharma. Thinking this way, Li Ping flashed and came to Immortal Lord Yan's vicinity. Shu Ke was also here. They were observing a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll, and they were all amazed. Seeing Li Ping's arrival, Immortal Lord Yan spoke first. You've come at the right time. Come and take a look at this little fellow. The aura of the Holy Emperor's Majesty, as well as the faceless image, made the little girl a little nervous. But she still mustered up her courage and looked directly at Li Ping. Divine sense instantly swept through the little girl's body. Li Ping was slightly stunned, and transmitted a voice question. Didn't you say that they are all cultivating the new Dharma? Why is this little baby cultivating the Dharma of the spreading of the Dharma? Shu Ke answered this question with some emotion. Holy Emperor, don't misunderstand. No one here taught her the cultivation method, but she figured it out herself. And, among this batch of children, there is more than one like her. Immortal Lord Yan's tone was also a bit strange, so-called desperation, seeking another path. They failed to build their foundation with me, and seeing their companions constantly improving, in a moment of desperation, they instinctively stumbled upon another path that could be cultivated. In order to avoid affecting those little babies who are cultivating the new Dharma of the mind, we can only take them away. The faceless Holy Emperor heard the words and remained silent. This time, the source essence swept through, observing the specific situation in these children's bodies. It's not a coincidence. The Dharma of the spreading of the Dharma is already part of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. It's like a naturally existing road in the world. Even if you cover your eyes, you will instinctively walk into this road. Li Ping recalled the situation in the world created by Sun Erlang not long ago. This is the Tao of Xuanwang. The Supreme Tao, even the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao itself, cannot escape its influence. Follow its Tao, you can prove the Supreme in the world, that is, eternal life. Reverse the Tao, it's either you die, or I die. The image of Eastern Extremity's strange body, like a puppet, appeared before Li Ping's eyes. But there was no trace of timidity or hesitation in Li Ping's heart. Su Bai, Eastern Extremity, they will lose. It doesn't mean that I will. The spreading of the Dharma is strong, but it is not without a solution. Li Ping's thinking has not changed from beginning to end. If you want to successfully reverse the Tao, one is to reverse its principles again, disrupt its foundation. The second is to suppress strength with strength, break the situation with force. The Tao of the spreading of the Dharma is indeed the supreme in the Xuanwang realm. However, there is not only one Xuanwang realm in the world. Outside the world, there is the Star Sea. Outside the Star Sea, there is the High Wall. Li Ping's thoughts turned, and at the same time, he explained the purpose of this trip to Immortal Lord Yan and Shu Ke. The Immortal Mortal Barrier. Immortal Lord Yan felt a little strange that Li Ping suddenly brought up this research object of his again. Mr. Bai succeeded in reversing the principles at the cost of his death. Because he was deeply favored by the heavenly Tao, the greater the entanglement, the greater the backlash. In the end, he could not escape, and returned the Tao to the heavens. Immortal Lord Yan explained, since it is already reversing the principles, why can it be dispelled? Doesn't that mean that every process of expelling the immortal mortal barrier is equivalent to reversing the principles of heaven and earth again? Li Ping asked calmly. This was a question that Immortal Lord Yan had never thought of before, and he was directly stunned.